And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are into the second best of three of the day only after that amazing opening series between Hydra and Zero Tenacity, where Zero Tenacity, they got their signature mid-Storm Spirit 2 games out of 3. And I mean, that's the largest part of why that series was just so hard and such an uphill battle for Hydra. But Hydra, well, they're out of the tournament now because it was the lower bracket. However, we do have the upper brackets now. So whoever wins these games will be moving on to the upper bracket finals, and losers still get a second chance. So let's see whether 9Pandas or Dragon Esports Club are gonna be the ones looking favored here. Because I think a lot of people think 9Pandas are the more talented team, and I would be inclined to agree, but Dragon Esports Club, they kind of have that habit of just picking really weird stuff when you least expect it. And I could see it here. And there's one hero that I've been waiting to see because everybody plays him in scrims, everybody plays him in pubs, but we never get to see him in like these ticketed games, and that's the anti-mage. Because anti-mage is so situational, you have to last pick him, and you have to make sure that there's at least 2 heroes that you hard counter. Otherwise, you just can't get away with an anti-mage compared to, let's say, a Morphling or an Alchemist, right? Because, yeah, the other carries that are popular this patch just pop off that much easier. But with this Medusa picked up for 9Pandas, I could see it. Like, I could see it work out. Either Anti-Mage or a Diffusal Blade illusion-based hero, which aren't that many and not that popular, because Phantom Lancer you can't pick. Dawnbreaker will just destroy you. Pangolier will just destroy you. Juggernaut, nobody plays Juggernaut for the same reason where it's like, oh, you lose one team fight, you now lose game. Like, Juggernaut can be good, but the moment you lose one team fight at like 15, 20 minutes, it's just you're so far behind and the game isn't fun to play anymore. And a lot of carries have that. Oh, the anti-mage ban from 9Pandas, no way. No way, I called it, guys. Like, we never see anti-mage picked, but here he would have been so good, and 9Pandas know it. They make sure to ban him out. Last pick up a Void Spirit, looking like a very solid draft now, despite the fact that they have 3 intelligence heroes. Well, Dragon Esports Club, you need something to counter all of those magical heroes as your carry. And there is not many good options, like Morphling banned out, Spectre banned out, Anti-Mage banned out. What kind of carry is even left? Because people don't play a lot of the like slower stuff in the current patch. They got a Doom for the money printing effect, so an Alchemist would have been really good here for Dragon Esports Club, but they already banned the Alchemist themselves, so now they're kind of in a situation where, well, what kind of good picks are still left in the draft at your disposal, really? Clearly, they're kind of hesitant about it as well, but with their last couple of seconds, Dragon Esports Club begrudgingly pick up a Weaver. And Mucha's Weaver is insane. He's one of the few people who actually play a good Weaver in the current patch. So maybe, just maybe, that's the pick to drive this one home. Because I can see it, like Weaver plus Clockwork is really good, right? You got so much aggression with the Cox plus the Tukuchi, where you can just run all over people and get really good armor reduction too, because you can't hit both the Buck that's eating away at your armor and the Cox at the same time. You gotta like right click one of the two only. I think that's also why this Medusa kind of later on, once she has like a butterfly, is gonna have a really good game though, because attack speed is really good against Dragon Esports Club, and I think Mucha needs to pop off. Like Weaver wants to get a super early Diffusal Blade and then abuse the Twin Gates to their maximum effect. Make sure that you're always just kind of roaming through those things whenever you like, see more farm on the other lane. Like you don't even need to kill the Dusa. You just need to harass the Dusa with a Diffusal Blade and like, you know, make sure you steal all of the farm on the off lane, then go back to the safe lane. Like that's how Weaver outfarms people, just by being able to access more of the map than most other carries this patch. And that's why a lot of people still swear by it, and I think it can work here. But 9Pandas definitely have the easy to execute draft. They just picked all of the meta heroes and are gonna be super hard to counter here. Especially with that like last pick. Cause while I don't like the Dusa that much, I don't think Dusa is great if you don't have like a lockdown based draft. They have a Void Spirit here, they have a Muerta, they have all of that set up for the Medusa to make sure people are gonna run into the split shot, people are gonna run into the snake, or just be forced to stare at that snake for like way too long and get petrified. Dragon Esports Club, they have two really nasty components to their draft. One being the hookshot Cox initiation, because you got both an Enigma, both an Invoker and a Weaver to follow up. So you can do the whole Sunstrike plus Weaver Sakuchiing in thing to just kill somebody after a hookshot super fast.
You had me, didn't you?
And if they can use that to get a pickoff, then suddenly 9Pandas, whose draft kind of assumes that they're always fighting as 5, right? It's like, oh, you're missing the Pangolier ultimate, suddenly you don't have enough catch for the Medusa, or it's, oh, you're missing the Dawnbreaker ultimate, suddenly you can't really heal your own team. 9Pandas, they have the better draft by far, but they also need to execute this really well and not just be disrupted by Mucha, as Mucha takes a peek under the tower, wants to check if there's anyone coming, but there's a 4-man, 5-man smoke from the side of 9Pandas rotating around. Wait, what? Against the Medusa, right? Like, you do want to make sure that she has a really slow, really rough start. But it's not like Doom and Infernal in general are super resilient to those snakes either. Like, you can poke the Doom completely out of the lane here. Be super nasty about that whole ordeal. And that's why I said Mucha needs a good lane, and then Mucha just needs to come down to the bottom lane to mess with the Medusa. That's part of their game plan, pretty much from the moment that they begrudgingly picked up that Weaver. Because I know Mucha loves to spam it, I also know that their draft doesn't pick it for Mucha a lot. So clearly, you know, they are aware of just how difficult Weaver can be to execute in the current patch. But we'll see about that, because there hasn't been a First Blood yet, and I think the First Blood is going to be a huge tipping point for this laning stage. Like, if either carry gets a First Blood here, that carry will just be impossible to shut down in the lane. Which is what Weaver is trying for right here, but as you can see, his damage just doesn't come online until he has a few items. But at least we have ourselves one kind of off-meta hero picked here for Dragon Esports Club. Because honestly, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're all waiting for a patch at this point, right? We have had so many freaking, like, games where the same heroes get picked all across the board. And the DNE patch, like, all the E patch did, I'm so mad about that. All the E patch did is it made 2 heroes playable that weren't playable before. And it made 5 or 6 heroes that were being picked unplayable. Where it's like, okay, so in total teams now have less options to pick, less options in the draft, but somehow this is supposed to be a good thing. Well, Dark Willow taking a bit of harass from the Dawnbreaker there. That's gotta hurt, because of course Excess Vampire, he just needs to make sure that they kind of make space, that they kind of keep up the sustain game here. Though I do like the idea of the Dawnbreaker being put as the 5 position as well. Having the ability to just, you know, have your Dawnbreaker kind of be the sacrificial sheep here, I think is great. Because let's be real, Dawnbreakers play like that anyways, right? Like, the offlane Dawnbreaker usually just gets kind of fat, and then after being kind of fat, will still very much just yeet herself in, sacrificing herself for the carry. And, oh, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, the one thing I abhor, it's gonna be a pause. Okay. Go is being called, thankfully, it's just a short one. Though there still hasn't been that First Blood, and I think the First Blood is still going to be hugely important simply because of how aggressive the side of Dragon Esports Club want to be here before the point where 9Pandas just pops off and is able to run all over them, bringing aggression up on aggression to the table. Other than that, things are looking mostly peaceful. Looking at the last hit though. DOTA is catching up to this Weaver already, despite how much pressure they apply to her lane. As that is gonna be the first blood, maybe Mary. Why? Oh, he misclicked. Did you see that? He tried to hit the cock and he misclicked on the creep. And one misclick, if you're playing this hard of a lane, of course, is gonna be that first blood. But that is gonna be Yamage getting that first blood, and with it, all of a sudden, like I said, either carry getting the first blood would have been a huge tipping point in the laning stage for them. But I think laning against the lane that had the first blood is also not what Weaver wants to do. Because Weaver, well, he is a super fast carry that just needs one item to pop off. You do need your one item first, and he's not getting it right now. Like, right now he's just kind of behind on all the timing and stuff.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Doom, yeah, he's kind of short of the damage he needs to finish off the DOTA just yet. Which is why I'm waiting for that rotation onto the bottom lane from Mucha on that Weaver. I'm also waiting to see when DOTA wants to skill ultimate, because some, like, usually as safe lane DOTA you skill it at level 6, but some players choose to skip it until level 8 or even 9, thinking like, oh, I will max my abilities first so I farm faster. And, well, you need the ultimate early here. I think he will just be taking it to level 6 to prevent this kind of initiation, as there is gonna be a two-man tower dive with the Doom and the Dark Willow. Waiting out the slow from the Dawnbreaker. Solo will be going down to Infernal, as Infernal now running down Yuta with that slow and the stun. Does he have the mana burn available again? I think so, and that's gonna be Yuta's death. Yeah. Dragon Esports Club suddenly bringing back the safe lane in their own favor. They realize, hey, our Weaver has a hard game now. We may not see Weaver gank this bottom lane anytime soon, but they kill off the Medusa carry and get a bonus kill there, as Dawnbreaker tries to spin to at least salvage one. But over on top, Mucha is getting ran at, and look at that beautiful Dawnbreaker there we go. Muerta play as well. There was another play going on the map at the same time, as Erase was roaming over to the bottom lane, where it was like Dawnbreaker and Erase collapsing as well, making sure DOTA can kind of get money back. So yeah, 2 kills across the map for 9Panda. 9Panda once again getting the lead back, as Doom picks up a Wisdom Rune, and with that Wisdom Rune hits the level 6, just as Dawnbreaker wanted to see, hey, is there a Wisdom Rune for me? No, there is not. There is only pain and suffering, as Excess Vampire makes sure to hold that burst damage, throw it into Solo's face, saying, you are not gonna solo me and my teammates today, sir. Great burst, kills equaled out. And, well, the gold lead is slightly favoring Dragon Esports Club, but keep in mind, Dragon Esports Club, they do have the team where they print money non-stop. They just make money over money over money, and that's kind of what their draft wants to be doing here. And Yuta with one more right click goes down to Infernal as well, as Invoker just kind of being zoned away. Oh, that's rough. That's really rough. I know it's just an Invis rune, which doesn't seem that important for the Invoker, but I do keep talking about the side lanes here and about how you need to rotate. 2k lead for the side of Dragon Esports Club. And Dual Race, well, without being able to rotate himself, he does have a support who's sitting very patiently behind him. But they don't quite have the burst damage for Erase, as Solo once again being ran at. And as expected, this Dawnbreaker just doesn't do anything right now. But that is the price of picking such a greedy hero as your position 5. Because at some point or another, the Dawnbreaker will come online with those ultimates. But right now, they're just being used to allow the Doom to get more experience, which in turn will enable him to print more money here. And, I mean, Dragon Esports Club, we'll see whether they're able to snowball this or not. Because, like I said, a lot of people believe in 9Pandas to be the stronger team, and I do think 9Pandas, they're better at the comeback kind of gameplay, right? Compared to Dragon Esports Club. But that's just the thing. Dragon Esports Club, I don't think they want to play like comeback gaming here. I don't think they want to let go of this gold lead they have right now, ever. as Dual Race gets dumped on by 2. Nice little dupes from the Void Spirit at least, setting up the Invoker for a nice combo from the Duza plus the Pangolier. The Stormbreaker is already dead, but Infernal, all he can do is get one ultimate out and painfully die. Mucha already committing to a team fight this freaking early, and he's still going on that Weaver of his, doing a lot of damage to Utah. Just hitting harder and harder into that Medusa. Medusa still trying to snake up, trying to stay alive, and now Mucha silenced up again! Oh no! Oh, why did he go into the team fight so early? Look at that! 4 tips. Everybody realizes Mucha just made a really big throw for no reason. I mean, it kind of looked like he had a chance to get the Medusa for just a brief moment, but you can't be baited by that if you're one player, because look at the net worth. Weaver is now behind not just the Pangolier, but also the Void Spirit, and the Duza, who's still behind him. Well, that's a Duza. She will have maximum level split shot and a bunch of stacks to take for herself. So she will be overtaking the Weaver on her own. Like, there is nothing Weaver can do to keep up and farm with Medusa as the game goes into the mid game. Whereas Erase, he's already dominating now as a double damage rune gets him yet another kill. Oh, I love me some Void Spirit gameplay. Like, I think Void Spirit is one of the underloved heroes this patch, and I'm happy that more and more players are spamming him now that the E patch is out. Not really a lot going on for now, but that's because both teams are kind of trying to see where they can rotate, where they can catch somebody off guard, get more of these kills going their way. And okay, now, like, because there was both Invoker and Weaver sitting on the mid lane trying to kill Void Spirit, but they decide to just go jungle farming, and that means there's a counter rotation onto the mid now from 9Pandas, who just kind of make sure to be ready for like the Invoker Weaver who are roaming together. We'll see how ready they are for them though, because there's still no Dawnbreaker ultimate. And Pangolier may have gone awfully deep right now, because there's the Weaver and the Invoker leading right behind them, but Dawnbreaker does manage to get a nice catch onto Ex's Vampire there. With Erase's lockdown as Mary Y goes down next, and all of that only for Lay so far. Dragon Esports Club, they had some excellent rotations there, but they underestimated the damage from 9Pandas. So with a double kill for the Doom, they will still kind of equal things out, but that could have gone a lot better for them. At the very least, Doom did win his bottom lane very, very fast, so that 9Pandas are forced to give up a lot of space to make sure Utah is farming. But that fight could have been so clean with the perfect rotation from the Weaver, though the focus fire was really good from 9Pandas. They knew who to target constantly and to like call out really well, like, oh, I'll take tower for you, you know, that kind of calls. Which, by the way, is really cool. Like, I'm starting to get kind of good at playing solo queue Dota, or well, duo queue Dota again. And my go-to duo queue buddy, and we're starting to, you know, get back into that rhythm where you can draw tower aggro for one another without even talking about it. Where you're both just trying to kill the enemies and you're like coordinating, like, hey, hit the, I don't know, hit the Dark Willow in this case, I guess. Just go under the tower and hit the Dark Willow, I'll take tower for you. And then you perfectly manage the tower aggro without directly communicating it, you know? Feels good. And I like when people do it, because it catches even high-level players off guard, as you see here. But speaking of catching people off guard, that's what Dragon Esports Club have not done for at least 5 minutes. And 5 minutes of not, you know, bullying anyone significantly enough. Could be a death sentence here, because like I said, their draft's super momentum-based. They want to snowball, they want to push really hard throughout the mid-game, to make sure they don't even have to deal with a late game kind of pet Medusa. And it's gonna be the top tier 1 tower torn to shreds. Ooh, that's gonna be Solo once again caught off guard, as he was just sitting in the trees hoping to be able to mess with a Dark Willow, but nope. There was some backup behind her. And Dragon Esports Club, they're not done going for those kills yet as Clockwork tries to go onto a Muerta. Muerta may have the ultimate to try to stay alive just that little bit longer, but with 3 people surrounding her, it's just a matter of time till Yamich once again goes down. Dragon Esports Club. Let's see if they can like get this skating back into their favor. Because if nothing else, I did say that their pickoff game was insane, and they are making some good pickoff rotations, right? Like in that department, their team is definitely shining right now. It's just that Duza hasn't died often enough compared to how well she's farming. Duza now out farming the super underfarmed Mucha Weaver. And Mucha, well, he would need like just 1 or 2 kills to come back into this. But as you can see, he's significantly lacking damage to actually get reliable kills. As Lace is just kind of kiting the Weaver around. And with a Muerta can now turn around himself with that ultimate Weaver, once again overstaying his welcome. As Pangolier sets up the ultimate for Mary Y, and in comes the White Spirit to make absolutely sure he's dead. Erase now unstoppable. Great gameplay all across the board from 9Pandas, making sure that they stay coordinated. Like, every time somebody is being chased, their team is instantly on the way there. Stormbreaker, uh-oh. Yeah, don't even need the Invoker Sunstrike. Like, Dawnbreaker now has an ultimate, but you should keep her super far behind, just farming and then ultimate her in suicidally. Like, that's how you play a Dawnbreaker support at this stage right now. Then again, Dawnbreaker is trying to play defensively. It's just you've been caught out 2 times now because of how many tools there are to kind of give vision in the tree line. Where it's like, oh, damn, a rocket flare saw me in the trees, now I'm dead. Speaking of, oh, that's not just a support dying here. In comes the Dawnbreaker ultimate to try and help out with the Dawnbreaker ultimate. Mary Y surviving. The dude's actually holding her own. Oh boy. Oh boy, this could spell disaster for the side of Dragon Esports Club, because Muerta, she has an ultimate. She will say thank you for the spell damage stack Invoker. As she right clicks him down, out comes the Doom onto the Void Spirit. Void Spirit, he's dead, but as you can see, Erase, he's quite happy about that. Not necessarily about the dying part, but you rather die now in exchange for a Doom ultimate than die later on when the enemy doesn't have to use a lot of big resources for you. But still very clean play from Dragon Esports Club, as that Doom takes away all of that damage and allows them to turn the fight around. So it was a 2-for-3 by the end of that. Still kind of favoring the side of Dragon Esports Club here. Only kind of, because the Medusa has been farming the whole time and is still out farming the Weaver. But once we see Mucha get to a point where he has damage to go for kills again, I think a lot of this game is kind of gonna balance itself out, is kind of gonna, you know, make things more doable when it comes to the whole back and forth money war. Medusa now getting gone on by everyone. As Clockwork gets picked off in exchange for that. See, this is what I mean. Erase just died, so now he's not giving away any kill streak gold anymore, and now he can go for the next kill streak immediately, and he will do just that on the Dark Willow, making sure that she goes down. With the game, once again, being mostly equal, but a mostly equal game will favor the team that has the better late game, which would be 9Pandas in this scenario.
Dire are scanning.
Pangolier. I mean, he's got the level 2 ultimate already, which is super impressive, because Erase, he's level 12 himself, and I don't think that any, like, other people on the side of Dragon Esports Club are higher than level 12. Oh, never mind. Doom is, because he went Midas. Okay, yeah. Fair enough. Weaver too, though. And that's scary, because that means Mucha has done a lot of catching up, and as you can see, he's now on par with the Medusa, as the two of them are racing for that net worth lead. Both teams just have so much trouble finding those initiations that they need in order to like get a significant lead. It's a lot more important right now for the side of Dragon Esports Club, but Dragon Esports Club, they got once again getting initiated on, and that was the BKB used from Infernal for no reason whatsoever. In your face, says the Medusa. Yeah, that's appropriate. It's just like when they 4-tipped Mucha, where it's like, let's just, you know, make sure the enemy knows every time they mess up and they stress more. Because you don't just want to trash talk your enemies when they don't think they've done anything wrong. That doesn't tilt your enemy team. If you want to tilt the enemy team, you have to be like, oh, now he knows he messed up already and now we like 4-man tip him. So yeah, while the gold may not be looking good for the side of Dragon Esports Club, as a matter of fact, compared to how much money the Doom is printing, they are very poor right now. The psychological warfare at least is favoring them, and they are starting to, you know, kind of make sure their Weaver recovers from that earlier 4-man tip. Because trust me, the mind games in Dota, they're a larger component of like who wins than people think. And there is some teams who make use of tilt very well, of like tilting their opponents and stuff. And with TI, like, there was a lot of drama about that as well, where it's like, are you allowed to tip, are you allowed to voice line at TI? Because I think you should be. And well, Medusa getting caught, getting all of her mana burned with not 1 but 2 mana burn heroes. Still has an ultimate to defend herself, but not for long enough, as there is just so much damage brought into that triangle, making sure Utah dies once again. As you can see, Utah is almost worth 1,000 already. Just to give you guys an indication of how fast this Dusa has been farming. As it is gonna be Infernal jumping on top of the Dawnbreaker. And Dawnbreaker with one more tornado gets taken down by the Invoker.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
2k gold lead once more. So now we're still not on par with how much gold the Doom is printing. They're supposed to be 3,000 ahead. Just if you kind of counter Doom and compare him to, you know, a lower net worth hero that doesn't have artificial gold generation. Doom looking to go for a really early Octarine here. I'm not sure if I like or hate it. Personally, I do think early Octarine is better than early Refresher Orb, because even if Doom can like use the Refresher Orb from level 12 pretty much to just double Doom people, where at least you have enough mana to Doom someone and Refresher Orb. Looks like he may be caught on the bottom lane, will get the BKB up. Out comes the Dawnbreaker, ultimate Dawnbreaker, just gets Doom for that, as Doom knows that he got a guaranteed kill there. Nobody is gonna deny solo, and Pangolier with the ultimate will catch a Clockwork, but if they don't get this Doom and only a Clockwork, then oh, I should not have said that. Pangolier already has his Blink Dagger, lays amazingly farmed of course. So with that, Void Spirit has no troubles catching up, but why Mucha? He's risking it all once again. Then again, he has a Diffusal Blade, so with that Diffusal Blade, I don't think Pangolier expected this much damage, and that is finally the Weaver having... Oh wait, that's not a Diffusal Blade, that's a Maelstrom and the Mana Burn challenge, never mind. But he has damage. He has enough damage to get damage as well, together with that Invoker. And now things are looking kind of solid for Dragon Esports Club again, because while they took down one carry and one support only, they may have a chance to go at this Roche Pit. However, what a call from 9Pandas. 9Pandas, they read it perfectly. They know, hey guys, they just committed the Weaver super forcibly. They want to get something here. And yeah, rotation on top of the Clockwork. Now they know what's going on both sides. As this will be a fight around the Roche Pit. Erase makes sure to juke away from the Weaver. Medusa has a loose scout out into the Roche Pit as Mucha. He's getting his mana burned. He's getting low on resources and needs to be very careful fighting around this. But with the Weaver being at critical momentum right now and scaling as hard as he does, only for a little while, maybe they want to make sure to keep him committed to those team fights. They're definitely debating it on the side of Dragon Esports Club, but now backing off together. Uh-oh. Because they need to reinitiate here, let's be real. It's gonna be a very fast Roche kill otherwise. I mean, it's gonna be a very fast Roche kill regardless, but... do they even know that this is happening on Dragon Esports Club? I think they do.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just in time, the contest comes in. Invoker will be the first one getting caught, gets the BKB up, trying to turn around with the mana drain, will be able to disable the Void Spirit completely as Roshan not going down like this. The Void Spirit may be, as that will be yet another Doom ultimate committed to kill off this all-important erased mid laner. Pangolier also already dead. And yeah, that's all of your tools to fight around the Roche Pit except for Yuta, but Yuta, look at the damage he's taking, no mana, soon to have no help either. Yamich goes down first, but that's the kill they want. Mucha, there it is. I told you guys, Weaver scales really hard right now. Like 25, well, more like 20 to 35 minutes is where Weaver is the strongest. And Mucha, he damn well knows it. He gets an ultra kill. Look at his gold net worth now. Just kind of taking over, as that will be the final kill across the map, going down to Infernal as well, making sure it's a full-blown team wipe and not a second too soon for Dragon Esports Club. Because Dragon Esports Club, they still need to end this game in a timely fashion, right? If they don't end fast enough, they will lose just for having ended not fast enough. But they're playing really clean Dota right now, and they could just kind of keep that up. Down goes the Tormentor. NK lead all of a sudden. This is the kind of advantage that Dragon Esports Club have been waiting for oh so long here. Pangolier will be rolling himself out of there, making sure to just kind of not risk it for the biscuit against that Weaver, because you can see Mucha, even in his ultimate, he can just run down the Pangolier. Pangolier still being revealed. There's the catch from the Weaver. Pangolier at least got rid of the armor reduction, so he can still kite a little while. Sunstrike off the mark, and I think that means Lace gets to get away here. But wait, there's two people rotating in from the from the Radiance jungle as well. Over on top lane from the Dire's jungle, there's also a rotation in, but that's a Clockwork who wants to sacrifice himself in order to make sure that Infernal lives and can reinitiate. And while Infernal does survive thanks to the Clockwork's noble sacrifice, he fails completely to reinitiate thanks to his BKB being whittled down oh so much already.
My strength is not enough. Dire's top tower is under attack.
As that is gonna be the Duza getting ran down, and Excess Vampire will be going down once, will be taking down Yuta once again. Making sure that these big kills are continuously happening, because the moment you stop killing Duza for even 5 minutes, she will come back. You saw how fast Duza farmed, while Weaver wasn't able to run to her lane, right?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And now it's 12k gold lead with a Tormentor open for business. Just because the Duza can't farm. Like, if the Duza was farming right now, the gold would be ever so slowly dripping back into the pockets of 9Pandas. But she's simply not. And, well, that goes to show you, Weaver is still really good against the Medusa as far as counterpicking her goes. We'll see whether he can end in time or not, because that still remains to be seen. And with the counter initiation, Mary Y should be going down here. Yes, he will. Invoker, mana burn in time on Erase? No, not quite. Erase able to get the Manta style up and run away further. Weaver still trying to chase him down. Mucha has an ultimate to make sure he can get out of there. Erase also running out of there though still, and that will not be a kill yet. Lace. Ooh. Close one, but I think, yeah, he should live. Uses the roll up as well, as Weaver finally loses his Aegis. May have poked the enemy base a little bit too hard, but 13,000 gold lead for Dragon Esports Club. So maybe the idea here is continue to keep the Duza from farming, because now they do finally get the Tormentor as their reward here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And that is gonna be almost 15,000, still escalating more and more and more. Medusa getting all of her mana burned. Yuta, you should have gone back the moment the mana burn procced on you. Oh my god. They quad-tipped Weaver for making a tiny mistake, but now the Medusa makes a far bigger one and just dies out of position in a brutal way. Big 15k gold lead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Clockwork will be taken down by Erase as Dual Race gets the BKB up to try and turn around onto the Pangolier. This may not be worth killing off that Clockwork. Because Mucha, guess what? He's constantly lurking behind his team. Constantly just waiting, making sure that nobody dares touch his teammates. And then the moment somebody dares to, he will just run in and look for blood.
Has been killed. Dire are scanning.
Solo. Oh my god, look at that damage. He didn't even need to wait for the mana burn to go off anymore. I mean, at least they don't have the mana burn for Yuta. Oh, I should not have said a thing. I should not have said a thing, ladies and gentlemen. The Doom goes off onto the Medusa, and even if the Medusa makes it back to the base here, which she should, well, that is low damage output once again. Maybe enough to kill off the Doom, but nope. He lives with 1 HP as the blink goes off, allowing him to go back. And everybody can now just go back to the base. Medusa once again not farming 20,000 gold lead almost. But they still have all the tier 2s, which is kind of the issue. Oh, I like that. They dropped the bottle so Weaver can make a little bit more space, get a few more creepses, and then pick up an amplified damage rune. I want to try to make that play in my pups now, because that looks so clean. Oh, also, holy shit. Holy freaking shit. Look at Excess Vampire's item timing.
Radiant are scanning.
That is 31 minutes, 32 minutes Sheepstick, Blink Dagger, and EUs on a Dark Willow. Dark Willow may be in some problems, but look at that beautiful SK play being enabled here. Well, he can't quite get the Blink Dagger off, I guess, but in exchange for that, look at what the Weaver is doing. Forcing out another Medusa ultimate. Doesn't quite have enough damage to pursue here, as his team is kind of spread out. Though Invoker will make sure they at least get damage, because giving up that Dark Widow with how much net worth she has for support is a ridiculous amount of gold going to the enemy team right now. I mean, on the other hand, the Sheepstick plays can be absolutely huge. As Mary, why not quite getting the hook shot off there? Invoker pushing out the bottom lane as much as he can. Making sure to do so safely, but guess what, ladies and gentlemen, it is a super fast respawn timer on that Roshan. It is down for like not even a minute as far as the, optimal respawn time goes. It's literally like 20 something seconds. It's already up again by the time they've killed Laze over on the top lane. Doom looking for a Shiva's guard now. I mean, Midas into like BKB Octarine. I'm not sure if I like or hate this build, because we saw him waste like 2 of his really long BKB charges, but now the 6-second BKB is actually doing some good work for the Doombringer, so that he has some armor and some, resources to actually keep himself alive. Speaking of people keeping themselves alive, Weaver was in a bit of a predicament, but with how hard to catch he is, the entirety of his team will just jump in. And see, this is what I mean with that 6-second BKB. Doom doesn't need to press BKB to actually ignore magical damage. He needs to press BKB to make sure nobody can stun him there, nobody can slow him there, so he doesn't body block his team. He just presses BKB and runs at people to not be slowed, and I think that's a perfect way to play. That's why I think Octarine Core may just be the way to go, like Midas into Octarine Core for maximum gold generation, and then you can always sell like the Midas off later. But the Octarine Core is an amazing item on the Doom, and he builds this early for the extra gold. I don't know, I like it. I think it's the little things like that that make all the difference, because the patch has overstayed its welcome. We all know the meta at this point, we all know what people build. But then little alterations like that can just get Doom 20% more gold than he would usually have at this state. And 20% more gold is a ton, even if your hero is balanced around artificially printing money. Over on mid, a little bit of push coming out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
As it looks like another deny comes on out from the side of Utah. And the thing is, usually you would be so calm in this situation.
Precious bounty.
The push just gonna resume from
Radiant's
here.
top tower is under attack.
9Pandas, will they have enough of a late game timing to turn this game back into their favor or not? We will see it in just a little bit, but with how fast that push is starting to get more and more, well, we'll see in a second as... Uh-oh, that is gonna be the Void Spirit having to jump on out of there. The mana burn from the Invoker doesn't really do much work, but they are still making sure to press the tier 3 as much as humanly possible.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Other than that, I mean, we got about 2 minutes. Nobody's in a rush here. Though waiting too long against the Doozer can always be what costs you a game. Though right now I think we are so far ahead that, you know, you don't just need to have impact from the Doozer. You need like a Divine Rapier or something.
Is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Just outscaling the enemy and carrying that way will not do.
Look at you all.
Aegis time slowly running out, but oh, Lace gets himself caught trying to make some additional space here. Weaver not quite getting caught, and without the Weaver getting caught here, we got about 20 seconds left on that Aegis. as Mucha will be caught. He wants to die though, and no, now you've given Mucha exactly what he wants, because look at that. While the Weaver did die once, he would have had that Aegis gone in 10 seconds, and thanks to them using all the resources on top of a Weaver, it is an amazing opportunity for the Doom to jump and to be aggressive about it. Nicely played there, some very clean action as Yamet now completely being zoned out, and this could be like the first time I've actually seen Weaver just do this well in the current patch. And I wonder if that's gonna be the case again, or whether Weaver is just gonna get absolutely crap stumped at some point or another. Like, until all 3 wrecks are gone, Weaver has not won this, but all the tier 2s are gone, and the Duza once again just gets killed off. This is what I mean. The only way the Duza can have impact here is Divine Rapier, and I think they're only realizing that now when it's already too late. Because Pangolier, he gets screwed over with some cursed terrain, and they use the Dawnbreaker ultimate. So now I think it's just kind of desperation from 9Pandas trying to keep themselves in this game that leads to even more mistakes. Because that was a really clean initiation attempt, and that really clean initiation attempt, it backfired not just because of cursed terrain, but also because of a miscommunication. Because if the Pangolier would have yelled there to the Dawnbreaker like, "Oh, I'm dead, leave me," they at least would have a Dawnbreaker right now, and Dawnbreaker could just buy back and come in again. Pangolier is gonna buy back, realizing that, well, cursed terrain happens to Pangoliers, of course. Like, Dota terrain works like that for a reason, and you know, I don't think it's bad for, like, yeah, it's frustrating if you're a Pangolier player, but look at it this way. Pangolier sees play almost every single game, right? And then he's still performing so incredibly well, despite the fact that he's prone to getting stuck somewhere whenever you, like, miss jump in that ultimate. 40 flipping thousand net worth lead though, and you can see about 9,000 of that alone is on the Doom. Like, Doom is so far ahead of the Medusa, it's insane. Okay. Lotus Orb at least there, so, you know, you have a little bit of defensive tools and measures to go for. But there could be a catch onto Mucha, but Mucha just decides, you know what, I press my BKB and try to run away. Dawnbreaker will not want to be letting him get away, but with that missed catch from the Void Spirit, can they get Mucha? Wait, they can! Oh my god, he crits too! Weaver finally going down. Look at that, 2,500 gold going around from a single kill. They have just gotten themselves the biggest hero in the game here, as not only was that an important kill, but it may... Okay, as I say that, Dawnbreaker is actually just gonna be caught. That could have been a huge turnaround factor there. But without Solo, I don't know, cause like, you do need the extra CC for Medusa, right? I talked about that, why 9Pandas draft is better in theory, where they have all the lockdown to make sure people cannot run away from the Medusa, and that's why I think this is a good Dusa draft, which usually drafts like this aren't. Four-man smoke from the side of 9Pandas though. Okay, I like that mindset. I really like that mindset. They're sitting here like, oh, we lost our Dawnbreaker. Well, the enemy will never expect us to smoke now, because we really should not be fighting here despite the fact that Weaver is dead. And a perfect smoke will net them at least a bonus kill onto Marywai, which is just a kind of small support, but a kind of small support nonetheless helps them stabilize a lot here. Roshan, not yet up for grabs. 25 more seconds till it will respawn. So the first Roche time was insanely short when it favored Dragon Esports Club. This time around it is just that little bit longer, which is making things awkward for 9Pandas. But 9Pandas, at least they realize how careful they need to play around this.
Dire are scanning.
Roshan. now up. Both teams in a position to contest. 9Pandas, of course, they're kind of farming because their Dawnbreaker is still split up all the way across the map, doing her own thing. As over on the bottom lane. That is gonna be Utah going down, as that will be a buyback from the Doom, and well, with Infernal buying back and the DOTA dead without buyback for 2 minutes, I'm starting to think this may just be over. And well, there is the refresher orb. Like, this is why they lost that team fight so hard. They were not expecting the double Doom. Yeah, there it is. Solo realizes it. It's kind of sad. Then again, I like that, you know, 9Pandas, who were supposed to be the stronger team going into this series, lose a game which they reasonably should lose to the draft. Because let's be real here, Mucha, he's one of the best Weaver players that I know. He's like top 5 EU or something like that. And he did an amazing job there, where it was like, yeah, he gets the mana burn and immediately is on top of the DOTA, and he stays on top of that DOTA, just, hey, Medusa, you want to farm here now? Nope, I switch lane to be on your lane once again. Because you can see Utah, he popped off so fast as far as that Manta style timing went. The DOTA had the ability to split push and to farm a lot, but the DOTA also has 9 freaking deaths. Half of those were just kind of good rotationary ganks in the jungle to make sure that Utah can't even get that crucial timing. And he did skill the ultimate early. I was saying during the laning stage, like, oh yeah, guys, Utah needs to skill the ultimate early, otherwise he will not be able to, you know, defend himself whenever people are running onto him. And he did skill the ultimate early. It did save his life once, make a lot of space by tanking that big rotation. But Weaver plus Invoker made sure to coordinate their efforts. And, well, I'm not even sure who the MVP is for me as far as the side of Dragon Esports Club is concerned. But I like that they surprised a lot of people here. Because at least 3 different people have told me, like, oh yeah, it's just gonna be a 2-0. Oh yeah, 9Pandas will have this 2-0 easy. And I was like, guys, it's Dragon Esports Club we're talking about. They are one of the most wildcard teams as far as drafts go. Especially if they, you know, pull one of their signature heroes out of their sleeve. And I was honest, where I didn't really believe the Weaver would make it unless he snowballs super hard. And it was really close for the Weaver to hit his snowball timing. But he managed to kill the DOTA, and I think that's what made all the difference this game. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to just a little bit of a break here, as game number 2 will be coming up shortly, and hopefully this series is going to keep being this great. Because, well, we still have a long day of Dota ahead of us, and I love it when it's this hype. Anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, see you in just a little bit. And ladies and gentlemen, there we are again once more with game number 2 between 9Pandas and Dragon Esports Club after Dragon Esports Club. And this is something I warned people about. They did their signature thing where they're playing against a way stronger mechanically skilled team. But they don't need mechanical skill because they pick signature heroes that nobody knows how to play against, execute them flawlessly, and end the game not a minute too soon, making sure that the Medusa just has no way of ever getting farmed. There was a few mistakes made on both sides in that last game, I will say, because it was highly chaotic Dota, where both teams are constantly forced to take team fights, constantly forced to look for some good in-your-face initiations, but they did not find many of them, and ended up kind of just getting slower and slower as far as, the timings go and the great rotations go, because I like the idea of like, hey guys, our Dusa didn't get first blooded, we can rotate our support away from the Dusa now and leave Dusa to solo farm for a little while. But it ended up not quite working out for them, where the Dusa got caught like 3 or 4 times in her own jungle solo farming with how fast the Weaver kills her. And well, Dragon Esports Club this time around, they're going for a way different draft, but I kind of like what they're drafting together so far. Like 9Pandas though, they have a hero we don't see every day, and it's a hero that was really popular during the A and B patches. It's the Undying making a comeback here. So after such a long, pause for Undying pickers to not see that hero in action, we will see an Undying once more. What I'm thinking though is there is 3 strength heroes on the side of 9Pandas. And yeah, 9Pandas, they are aware, like, hey guys, we're really easy to counter right now. Let's ban out that Ancient Apparition. But what I'm thinking is pick up a Timber Summit. Do it. Like, Dragon Esports Club, just do it. I know you want to. Hell, even Timbersaw support could work here. Because you're such a hard counter to Alchemist, to Undying, to Sand King. And I have no idea. Oh, Timbersaw has been banned by Dragon Esports Club. Never mind. I was gonna say I have no idea why Pandas would pick this without banning the Timbersaw. But once again, Dragon Esports Club, they ban a hero, and the moment that they ban that hero, it's gonna be 9Pandas picking like all the heroes that get countered by whatever Dragon Esports Club has banned just now. I like it. It makes the draft feel more interactive. But Dragon Esports Club, they're now forced to come up with a last pick that deals with 3 super high strength heroes that are just super hard to bring down, especially the Sand King. Because I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, you know what the Sand King does nowadays if he has a good Bloodstone timing. You go in with a multi-hero Epicenter and Sandstorm, and you just can't die because you lifesteal so fast as long as the enemy doesn't have a pipe or something. Dragon Esports Club. Deciding on their last pick here. $40. Uh, are they debating maybe switching the Dragon Knight away from the typical safe lane Dragon Knight position? Because maybe that's gonna be it. Alternatively, they're gonna have to put either the Mars or the Pangolier onto the mid lane, which I don't really see going that well against the Sand King here. Dragon Esports Club will last pick another hero we don't see every day though, and I think this synergy is insane. Not gonna lie, it could be a 2-0 now. 9Pandas, the clear favorite going into this series, are now faced with a super harsh kind of team here. Like, look at the setup. There is 2 big AoE heroes and a Warlock, but 9Pandas, they have that idea of like, hey guys, we get the main erase hero that just snowballs to the point of being able to solo carry pretty much. And that's exactly what 9Pandas will be drafting themselves together. So you got a Storm Spirit to jump backlines, you got 3 big strength heroes to kind of sit in front, and you got Yamage to sit in the backline and do lots and lots of damage as the Dark Willow is known for doing. Dragon Esports Club though, with those golems, well, I mean the golems are one thing, but the idea of course is to make maximum impact with that Fatal Bonds, because there is so much AoE, especially from the Dragon Knight and Pangolier, where if you catch 2 people in a Rolling Thunder and they're both Fatal Bonded together, you can win a team fight just by killing off 2 people with the shared damage, like lowering everybody else's health pool. It is an amazing bit of tempo and aggression there. I don't know. Like if I had to say who has the better draft, I'd say Dragon Esports Club by a little bit. But the thing is, the Storm Spirit is looking so scary. And I mean, we all know Erase is one of the best mid lane players, right? Like even in that last game, which they lost, he went 7-4-0 before dying. And even after that went onto another killing spree before finally losing the damage that he needs to actually kill off people left and right. Because for 80% of the game, the Void Spirit has just been solo bursting people. And Void Spirit is more prone to falling off than the Storm Spirit is, because you only have gold to make sure that you do damage instead of both gold as well as those galvanized charges, letting you jump all over the map, pretty much just freeing you up to rotate as much as you would possibly want. Mind you, it is the upper brackets, of course, so whoever loses this will still get another chance to stay in the tournament, maybe even to get a rematch later on in the finals. But we're gonna see. I mean, it can be anything. And I've kind of learned that, that is a very common theme throughout this patch, where everybody picks meta, because the moment that there's even one off-meta hero, because people play so little off-meta, anything can happen, just because maybe nobody knows on the side of Dragon Esports Club how to play around the Undying in the current patch, because Undying, he is quite cancerous, always has been, but here he too has the ability to go for a lot of damage and for a lot of rotations. As this time around, it looks like we don't see any smoke action yet, but Dragon Esports Club, they most definitely want to go for the delayed smoke. But guess what? 9Pandas had the same idea. They smoke up at exactly the same second, making sure to perfectly time it for the first blood. Oh boy. Great start already, where both teams don't go for the 0-minute smoke, but for the delayed 0-minute smoke. And the delayed 0-minute smokes are gonna clash here as Lace walked back, still having a burrow strike to make sure he gets himself back to safety and will not be ran down by 5 people just collapsing on him.
The battle begins.
Utah offering up a high 5 there. That Alchemist carry having a really chill lane against the Mars. As long as the Undying can keep bullying the Mars, well, they are gonna try to kill off Infernal. Infernal's still very tanky and able to sustain himself here. So this is just gonna be some missed last hits for Utah. But I think they're quite happy about this matchup. Like, just having the Mars against the Alchemist Undying is so huge. And no, what? What? We were watching the concoction fly, ladies and gentlemen, but immediately before Merry gets a kill onto Lace, who will have sacrificed himself for that, going down immediately after on that Warlock of his. But it is a very nice little way of balancing out the game, making sure that, everything is still looking kind of okay for Dragon Esports Club, but they're already falling 1,000 behind, so the Alchemist is gonna kick off that super fast timing where he completely wins his lane and then just basically solo carries with the super fast attack speed. Now over on top, Blaze once again getting bullied, but they don't have that much damage yet, and I don't know what to make of this lane matchup. Like, I don't mind the Storm Spirit last pick going onto the mid lane from 9Pandas. I think that was a great idea. But Dragon Esports Club got kind of caught off guard by that. Now having a Pangolier on the mid lane who's already 5 lasts behind on the Storm Spirit and a Mars who does nothing. Like, that is just too bad. I think if they would have swapped the Mars and the Pangolier, go with a mid lane Mars, go for a really early arena rotation once the mid lane Mars picks up his ultimate, that would have been a lot more successful as far as the laning stage goes. Then again, it is only the laning stage we're talking here, so, you know, nothing is decided just yet. But as you can see, Dragon Esports Club, they are dealing with a lot of aggression, with a lot of pressure in their face already at only 3 minutes into the game as their Warlock just pops all the while the Alchemist free farms. I wonder how, and more importantly when, they are going to be able to put a stop to that. That was genius, says the Alchemist.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Solo. Just chasing a scroll because that zombie undying is hungry, and look at how much just one strength drain does to that poor little squirrel until she has some more all stats and, well, means to sustain herself. But while the Alchemist is still having a super chill lane, at the very least Dragon Knight is kind of farming himself now that he's getting the thief online. And, well, you know, Dragon Knight, he does have that built in Battle Fury, so he will try his hardest to just keep up as much as he can.
Да, это была база.
Well, the Cloud9 voice line's coming out now. Oh, I miss when Cloud9 was like an actually, you know, active Dota team. Because they revolutionized a lot of the meta, inspired like 2 or 3 patches on their own back in their glory days. Meanwhile, Erase, just before he has level 6, he's being ran down by 2 people, but there's an Undying for an amazing turnaround with a perfectly placed tombstone into a root from the Dark Willow it goes, but they don't just want one kill with Solo running down Xmas Vampire, they want a second one, and Storm Spirit now is the ultimate, so he says, come here my little galvanized charge. And that will be 5 galvanized charges for Erase at just 6 minutes into the game. Excess Vampire will get the kill on Solo for that, but as long as the Storm Spirit isn't losing his stacks immediately after getting them, I think he's gonna be quite fine.
Stupendous.
Dragon Knight steals some stacks out of the Radiant jungle now to make sure that even with the Alchemist still free farming, the gold is not snowballing too much. As a matter of fact, Dragon Esports Club, they want some kills. They want to make sure that they're the ones getting that snowballer rolling. And with Yamage going down to Excess Vampire, That will be a nice kill. Erase already got that wisdom room for himself. But now Erase caught in the corner with the Pangolier. Has to zip zap on out of there. Does have a bottle to sustain himself. And now people are roaming in because they do not want to lose this mid laner. They know how important Erase is here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And can 9Pandas get another amazing tombstone initiation? It doesn't quite look like it. Sand King's still trying to protect it. Solo decides, you know what, I'm just gonna deny my tombstone, at least not giving the enemy the gold. So it looks like he will die for that one.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, without a proper high ground, it's a lot harder to kill people up with that tombstone, but Undying will be going down to the fatal bonds there. With a nice little pickoff. This Warlock has been doing a good amount of work. That's not to say that I'm underestimating the Alchemist draft here, but they don't have all three of their cores in a spot to fight. Right now, the only core that's actually like team fighting full time basically is Erase, who's very happy with the Galvanizer that generates him, but needs to go farming for a little while now. And maybe after like Erase as well as the Sand King both have one more item, we will see the first 5-man group up from 9Pandas. Because that's when 9Pandas draft really becomes threatening. Their huge potential to initiate and assassinate somebody.
Dire are scanning.
As that will be Lace running into certain depth. 4 people just ganging up on one Sand King. And that will be the Sand King going down to Mucha. Mucha just 300 gold behind on the Alchemist, and that is an amazing performance, I gotta say. Erase. He's feeling the pressure, would really love to find a good teamfight initiation, but like I said, they kind of need the Sand King to have a Blink Dagger. They're kind of missing 1 or 2 components in their initiation for now. Once they have those, it may be too late, maybe not. Sand King will try to initiate in, forcing out a Pangolier Rolling Thunder. Blaze still very much trying to go with the Sandstorm Storm Spirit, making sure to juke around. That is a Mars Arena Forest out, but for the Mars Arena Forest out, the Undying will have to die, as now Dual Race still not quite able to, you know, be bursted down. Because Erase, he may have the mana regen, but he's lacking the damage, as you can see. We'll at least get a deny out of that, so I guess with the deny gold, still very much worth it for 9Pandas. And looking at the Sand King, well, Lace going 0 and 2 now. His gold net worth is not looking where he wants it to be. At the very least, he can still kind of hold the lane against the Dragon Knight, make sure he gets a lot of farm his way with the Caustic Finale. But you do need a Blink Dagger and a good initiation angle. Yes, it is gonna be Infernal. Ran down by not 1 but 2 people. Storm Spirit would really like a Galvanized deck, and Alchemist does have a concoction cooked up at the ready for the Mars to go down. That is gonna be Infernal going down, and Erase immediately using that Galvanized deck to get himself away from there, but he leaves the Alchemist behind. And Utah, that is the kill they really want. Dark Willow makes sure to buy him some more space. Utah now doesn't have an ultimate and is being pursued by the Pangolier, but with the Undying having dropped an amazing tombstone once again, they cannot pursue anymore, and they will not get that carry kill on the side of Dragon Esports Club. I mean, a tombstone as a consolation prize is still quite a bit of gold going the way of the Pangolier, but Alchemist not dying here, that's the one thing that 9Pandas needed. Because now Alchemist can just go back to farming for a little while and keep trying this kind of initiation. But Alchemist is, you know, not quite getting the lead he wants to anymore. Just 200, 300 ahead of the Dragon Knight. Which is why this is such an iffy game for either side. Like, either team just needs to lose their carry once and they're gonna be super far behind as far as the carry matchup goes. And, well, to add to that, Dragon Esports Club have one additional problem, and that's Erase's Storm Spirit. Because while the Storm Spirit still doesn't have the items to do damage, if you let him continue just stacking up those galvanized charges, at some point the Storm Spirit isn't gonna get enough damage to like one-shot your carry or anything. Don't worry, he'll just have a Sheep Stick, which allows the rest of his team to one-shot your carry. Or an Aghanims, or both. And that's kind of the scary thing here. Because Dragon Esports Club, they are very susceptible to those instant lockdown initiations where you blink on top of somebody and instantly sheep stick them, you know, stuff like that. So Dragon Esports Club, they need to kill the Storm Spirit more than the Alchemist right now, despite the Alchemist sitting on top of net worth, but Alchemist is kind of supposed to do that. And I think Erase knows it too. I think he doesn't underestimate the impact that his hero can make with a sufficient amount of stacks.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's gonna be Excess Vampire dying to the Undying.
Illusion.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
3-man smoke from the side of 9Pandas looking for a fight. Meanwhile, Sand King was the goal of this rotation, but he just teleported out. And I think Dragon Esports Club are realizing that sooner rather than later. That's gonna be both of the Wisdom runes going the way of Dragon Esports Club. Dragon Esports Club will lose Excess Vampire for that. But having 2 runes, it's kind of huge. Because even with the Alchemist now snowballing even harder, this allows you to ignore him for just a little while longer, while everyone in Dragon Esports Club farms too. And honestly, I could kind of see 9Pandas go for a smoke right now. Just to make sure that they have all the time they want for that Alchemist of theirs to come online. Go for a smoke using like the Alchemist and the Storm Spirit. And I think they would if the Storm Spirit only had mana, because Storm Spirit kind of used all of his mana to grab some stacks in the jungle. Make sure that he's no longer behind in damage because of gold. That's gonna be a Warlock ultimate. What? Lace! The Burrow Strike still goes up in between 2 very tough stuns. Lace is gonna get chopped through by the Pangolier now with a lot of damage, and Mary Y is gonna get that kill. I mean, if it's worth to them committing the Warlock ultimate, I mean, sure, I guess. I think, like, you kind of need the Warlock ultimate for one of the 2 carries who matter. Speaking of carries who matter, there's the Storm Spirit doing exactly what he wants. Just getting yet another Galvanize with an Amplified Damage rune and Erase. He does not care for Mars Arenas. 9Pandas finally up to a well-deserved lead and kills at least. Not quite snowballing the gold out of control, but see, the thing is, whoever kills the enemy carry first, like, will get to snowball. Keep Alchemist from farming for a minute and Dragonite is gonna overtake him by so much. Keep the Dragonite from farming for a minute and this Alchemist is gonna overtake him by so much, as we are gonna see another 4-man smoke rotation from the side of 9Pandas with the Storm Spirit in position to jump and get those Galvanized. And Mucha, he will be the target of the gank rotation. Immediately teleports are coming in, but it's already too late, because all of that is magical burst damage and the teleports will be cancelled. And see, immediately 2k gold lead for the side of 9Pandas, but more importantly a tower going down to make for not only easier rune contestations, but also a lot of extra farming space for that Alchemist, who can take, like, well, what little triangle stacks there was left, as well as just complete control of the bottom lane. Because the only person that kills the Alchemist is like the Dragon Knight, and the Dragon Knight, in order to kill the Alchemist, he still needs somebody to catch him for him. Like, Alchemist is gonna fall off at some point, yeah, but One thing people tend to forget this patch and then get salty at me is gonna be,
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's
you
bottom
know,
tower is under
a
attack.
common theme here, I think. Because Alchemist, with the Aghanim Scepters, people forget about that, but they do make him stronger for everyone he gives away. It's just attack damage and magic amplification, which doesn't seem like that much. And usually it isn't, but if you're a small support and the Alchemist is 6 slotted already, then every Aghanim Scepter will mean like 3 or 4 right clicks less that the Alchemist needs to do to you to die. And because of that, he does kind of scale longer than people give him credit for. I'm not sure if Dragon Knight outscales Alchemist or not. I think they're about equal as far as their power curve goes. But we see another teamfight initiation with a clean Mars Arena to start things up with. But look at that turnaround. Erase comes in, gets himself not 1 but 2 but 3 kills. And the one person that Dragon Esports Club were focusing just died to the Ancients. So they didn't even get a single kill out of that and are now about to be team wiped if they're not careful here. Dragon Knight made sure to get himself out of there. So it will just be the Golem taking down for that extra gold. But look at that. I told you guys, whoever carry dies first is gonna be in a really tough spot. And they did manage to kill off the Dragon Knight and get him behind on the farming curve. So now it's a 6k gold lead. And let's see if 9Pandas can maintain it. Because one thing 9Pandas will definitely be maintaining is this tower pressure, is this aggression as the top tower. Just taking right click after right click from the Undying as well as the creep wave. Undying gets pinned to the tree line.
Stupendous.
Over on bottom, we may see ourselves a bit of fight break loose. There is a Warlock following the Dragon Knight, but it's still a little while for that Warlock ultimate to marry. Why, as a matter of fact, is gonna be the person getting caught once again. And well, this is just like last game for Erase. He's now 6-0 and 5 instead of 7-0 and something. But look at all those galvanized stacks. He's at 17 galvanized stacks. He's gonna have some really high mana regen at this rate. That is gonna carry over into the late game as Infernal ran at by 3 people. A tombstone will be dropped just for him. And he knows full well that will settle his fate. Alchemist 3,500 ahead of the Dragon Knight. And this is where an Alchemist wants to be. Because, yeah, of that 7,000 gold lead Pandas have, a lot of it has been generated by the Alchemist.
Dire's middle tower is
But
under
Alchemist is now in a spot where he cannot get smoke ganked on and killed off himself. That's the important bit. If you try to smoke gank, rotate on the Alchemist, he will just press R and with the health regen of the ultimate, will walk himself away from there. As it is gonna be Tormentor taken now by the side of Dragon Esports Club, trying to keep the gold lead in check, but while that is happening, guess what? Storm Spirit together with the Dark Widow is gonna get a very nice jump onto Infernal there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Year 2 is gonna be the next objective getting pressured to.
Radiant's tower is under attack.
Or actually, nope. Nope, it was a fake out all along from 9Pandas. Look, another perfect rotation. They make sure to show 2 people on the top lane. Which is risking a throw though, let's be real there. If you like expose your Storm Spirit or your Alchemist,
To the radiant.
you always have to have a reason for doing that, right? You don't just want to show them in a lane if they don't need the money that easily. Like, Storm Spirit you don't want to show in a lane at all right now, if I'm being honest here, because Storm Spirit and Alchemist, those are the two people that Dragon Esports Club need to kill. And Dragon Esports Club, they keep going for these really good smokes, for these really good initiations, and they keep getting good kills, but it's not on the two people they need. So the Alchemist and the Storm Spirit, they just keep the snowball rolling and rolling until they finally die. But that is gonna be super hard to accomplish now for Dragon Esports Club. Well, maybe not, because they do fight a really clean go on the Storm Spirit. Erase being chased on thus far, but with a nice ultimate from the Dark Willow once again. The most they can find now is a support, and maybe not even that, because Alchemist comes in and he's angry, and Erase already got himself a godlike streak with a double kill, looking for more as Dual Race trying to teleport out, and Eul's will be there to interrupt him as well. See what I mean? Like, every time they fail to chain stun the Storm Spirit even just once for a split second, the entire team fight just falls apart for the side of Dragon Esports Club. And unless you kill the Alchemist or the Storm Spirit, there is not gonna be a chance for them to stop that from happening. Alchemist is aware of that, so he's going for an Assault Curse. Dying, getting Dragon Knighted.
Under attack.
And damage. And just to teleport himself out. Dragon Esports Club. Man, this game is looking rough for them. I love this Warlock pick so much because it's finally some off-meta action and it worked so well in the laning stage, completely domineering the top lane. But with that taken down, it is now gonna be a 3-man smoke from the side of 9Pandas instead. And, well, Alchemist. Maybe a little bit too strong for Mucha to take on here, especially during his ultimate, but you're not thinking, hey, Alchemist ult is used and fight him after either right now, I don't think. Nice escape attempt from the Hoodwink, but with the Storm's AoE, it's gonna be another double kill, and with it, 2 more Galvanizes. Erase just carrying so hard. Also, Undying, he has the coolest skin ever. The one with the girl, I love this skin. I love this skin so much. I gambled for it and I lost, and I'm not gonna buy more because at this point I'm so salty that Dota will just not let me have that skin. But man, I think it's freaking awesome that Undying has a skin where he has a girlfriend now. I think that's really cute.
Regeneration.
Dragon Esports Club just hoping for Mucha. Like, I'm thinking, what does the Dragon Knight do here? Maybe a Skadi to reduce the healing per second enough to kind of get through the Alchemist slowly but surely would be a way to go.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Are scanning.
1000 lead for the Alchemist draft, but Dragon Esports Club once again invading the Radiance half of the map. As that is gonna be an initiation on top of the Mars, and Erase just bursting through not one but 2 people so fast, while the Alchemist gets number 3 on Mary Y and Mucha. Is able to get himself away with the BKB, but I still don't think he's happy about that one. 9Pandas, they're just hunting, they're eating so well in that Storm Spirit, and nobody is gonna be able to stop them soon enough.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You can see Dragon Knight, he is still doing kind of okay-ish in net worth, but he just doesn't have the damage to deal with the Alchemist. That's why I'm thinking maybe someone should get a Skadi. Make sure that at least you can kind of out-damage his regen in the first place for the super late game, because I don't think we're gonna get to the super late game at these rates.
Radiant are scanning.
once again going, and he makes sure that Yuta is sitting right behind Mucha, getting ran down, getting low with a nice stun, and that will be a follow-up on the Warlock. 2-0. Once again, this Tombstone still doing a lot of work. Undying, he had like 2 bad Tombstones, but man, are they perfect now that the Alchemist is there with him, standing in front of that Tombstone saying, hey, leave my zombies alone, you bastards. Because not being able to go for a Tombstone in situations like that, because you first gotta get through the Alchemist, is what's rendering these team fights harder and harder for Dragon Esports Club, as they are, before the 30-minute mark, already losing a lane of Rex. Now, of course, as long as one lane of Rex is standing in the current patch, you can always make a comeback. But as long as neither the Alchemist nor the Storm Spirit dies, just how are you gonna make that comeback, right? Like, that's kind of the issue. You need to kill either the hardest to catch hero in the current patch or the tankiest hero in the current patch, and preferably would like to jump both and make sure they're going down.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Everyone resetting, grouping up in the triangle, just kind of chilling. Mucha, I'm not sure if he's panic mode or if he has an actual plan behind this. He does have a 4-man smoked team behind him now, so maybe that's the idea, but with the D ward they do give away that there's more than one person walking behind that Dragon Knight. And 9Panda first wants to get their smoke broken, will try to go on the Pangolier, but this could finally be a good team fight for Dragon Esports Club as they realize it's now or never. Get a perfect arena. Out comes a Tombstone to mess with people, but down is the Sand King, and that is 2 of those kind of tanky heroes protecting the Storm Spirit dealt with. Dragon Knight though, just chopped down too quickly by the Alchemist. And now, see, because they ran in twice, being a little bit too eager to force a team fight when the Alchemist had an ultimate or the Storm Spirit was sitting at near full mana, I think they may actually lose this game right now on the side of Dragon Esports Club. Like, that was a good initiation right there. I think it was like the best initiation Dragon Esports Club could have hoped for, but they're just too far behind on the Storm Spirit Alchemist combo. And if you're this far behind, you don't have the damage to kill the Alchemist. They didn't even kill the Undying and the Tombstone, or the Sand King and the Tombstone I think it was, before the Alchemist got done with like chopping through Mucha's insane health pool. Though it looks like 9Pandas aren't quite able to end just yet. They did force 3 freaking buybacks from the side of Dragon Esports Club, making it even more of a gold differential. Though finally Yamich will get killed at least by Mucha, making for 1.2k gold off of a single support. It's insane just how much money 9Pandas have.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As Mary Y goes down over the triangle there. It is gonna be a jump on the Alchemist, as Alchemist not quite going down, and by the time Alchemist is almost dead, well, Storm Spirit already got 2 kills set up for himself, making it a 3rd, 4th, and GG is called. 30 minutes, 31 almost. Good game, well played, even exclamation mark from Utah. And I think that's respect, ladies and gentlemen. Because I think that 9Pandas, they see the same kind of line of thinking that I see here. Where it's like, oh, thank God that they didn't put Mars mid lane. Thank God that their Mars player isn't a mid lane player, or that their mid player isn't a Mars player. Because I think then the game would have been a lot rougher. Because imagine if they would have killed the Alchemist before he even had level 6 by having a Mars come in with a huge arena saying, hey Alchemist, I got a spear for you, I got a crit for you, and down you go. Because that's kind of what they were missing from their mid laner here. And that is not to criticize the Pangolier, because I think the Pangolier ultimates were super on point, but Pangolier is a very bad mid laner against Storm Spirit. Everybody knows that. We saw it 3 times where Erase just jumped out because he wasn't 100% chain stunned from those rolling thunders, and not being able to put dual Raze in a better position where he didn't just get hard counted by a Storm Spirit, and then had the near impossible task of catching that Storm Spirit out in order to kind of bring the game around for him again, well, that is definitely making the game look a lot harder. Then again, on the other end of that spectrum, there is kind of the bad matchup that Lace had for himself on the Sand King. He was the one guy that actually just kind of got domineered in the lane, but he's so made up for that by comboing up with the Storm Spirit. So, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are gonna go to a little bit of a break once more before we got ourselves a game number 3 coming up here, which hopefully will be worth the wait. As, man oh man, game number 1 was amazing, game number 2 was a little bit one-sided, but amazing as well, and game number 3, let's just hope it can keep delivering. I'll see you all after the break. And ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 3 of only the first series of the day. And guess what? Just in perfect timing, my little co-caster is joining me here to make sure that she doesn't miss the draft, huh? No Luna picks for you today, my little black kitten. I'm sorry. Well, at least not yet. We may be in for a Luna game or two, but Luna doesn't see that much play anymore since she comes online way later than most of these traditional carries. And speaking of traditional carries, well, both teams first pick their carry here, which I think is like dumb as hell, honestly. But, well, these guys are higher MMR than me for a reason, so maybe there's more thought going into this that I'm missing. Like, both teams definitely have to think ahead, because 9Pandas, they pick a first pick Morphling, and with a first pick Morphling, well, that is a huge, risky kind of carry to reveal as your first pick. I mean, yeah, sure, you have two of the best supports in the current patch to protect your Morph, but on the other hand, there's already an Ancient Apparition, right? So 9Pandas, they got their carry super hard counterpicked. Meanwhile, they're working on counterpicking this Dragon Knight just as hard, making sure that neither team gets to have fun from the safe lane and is just gonna, slowly lose their space. And, well, last couple of bans are gonna be, among others, an Ember Spirit, which I definitely agree with because Ember Spirit is super good at taking down the Ancient Apparition in the backlines. Just Remnant at him, go for like double Slay of Fist plus the Searing Chains, and that should be enough to kill off the Ancient Apparition if you do it well. So getting rid of that hero just to make sure your backlines are kind of safe makes a lot of sense, even though Muerta is kind of, Ember Spirit resilient as far as having an ultimate and just pressing R in order for the Slay of Fist to not completely screw over your team fighting. But 9Pandas, I think they're realizing in just how bad of a spot they are suddenly draft-wise, and they're now trying to compensate, using a lot of reserve time for a ban on the Underlord, which makes a lot of sense because I think the Underlord would have been terrifying to enable the Ancient Apparition to hit those big multi-hero maximum AoE kind of setups. Other than that, bonus time is slowly ticking down. But I think it's mostly Dragon Esports Club's last pick that they're scared about. And, well, we'll see whether this is going to be a safe lane Dragon Knight or not, because I still think the possibility of the off-lane Dragon Knight is kind of underestimated in the current patch. And every time we have seen the Dragon Knight first picked to imply that he's a carry and then kind of changed it to, hey guys, my Dragon Knight isn't a carry, my Dragon Knight is actually an off-lane. And it worked. Like, I don't know. I think you have to throw these kind of curveballs up against a strong team like 9Pandas. Because 9Pandas, well, I don't really know what they can do more to protect their morph. Like, that's what I'm thinking here. How do you keep this morphling safe? And Dragon Esports Club, I think they're asking themselves the same thing. Like, hey guys, where's our morphling answer? How do we deal with that puddle of water? Meanwhile, my cat is passive-aggressively sitting in my lap, like, Dad, nothing is happening in the draft. You can play with me right now. Maybe, who knows? I mean, maybe Dragon Esports Club are gonna go with a carry last pick. And just put that Dragon Knight on the offlane. I definitely wouldn't mind seeing it, but Dragon Knight 1 works so well with a puck to enable him with the Dream Coil, with the multi-hero silence initiation, and some good stuns. But we may very well get ourselves another really big, long back and forth, especially with that last pick from Dragon Esports Club. They're once again throwing off the meta for another hero that we've seen once or twice before this patch, but definitely doesn't enjoy mainstream popularity. It's going to be the Tidehunter, who I think is quite underrated. Then again, he relies so much on momentum and those anger smash kills. 9Pandas' last pick. Oh boy, it's gonna be a tiny. Okay, so I see what 9Pandas are planning now. They are kind of like last game, just going for a traditional 4 protect 1 where it's like, hey guys, we're all gonna group up around, you know, well, pretty much anyone but the Morphling, because they can group up around Erase when Erase hits his timing, but even if they don't get Erase to hit his timing, they can just have Lace and the two supports rotate together without actually bringing in that, you know, high risk of theirs. As Dragon Esports Club, well, I don't know. I'm gonna give it to Dragon as far as the draft goes, but last game, Dragon could have also had the better draft if they would have just swapped their Mars in exchange for, you know, Pangolier offlane. And they didn't do that, thinking that, hey guys, as long as our Pangolier can get one kill after losing his mid lane to the Storm Spirit, he will come online just fine. He will have himself a really good game. But they never got that far. They never got to the point where the Pangolier pops off or where the Storm Spirit or the Alchemist die once. And it could be the same scenario where, yeah, Dragon Esports Club have the way better scaling, have enough answers for the Morphling, but if they fail to kill the Morphling in the first 10 minutes, I don't think it will make much of a difference. Other than that, well, as much as it is a very defensive draft from the side of Dragon Esports Club, they, you know, do stand a little bit of a risk against the 4 Protect 1 from the side of 9Pandas, especially if they get caught off guard by a super early 4-man smoke, which is super possible between how much 9Pandas have in terms of burst damage, in terms of initiation potential. Though, yeah, 9Pandas are the ones who want to snowball this game, where Dragon Esports Club are just kind of gonna outscale their Morphling because of the hard counter Ancient Apparition pick. Though, other than that, it is looking pretty solid for both teams, and I think we may just be in for yet another almost 1 hour game, just like game number 1 with how close these drafts are. At least I really hope so. Maybe it's some wishful thinking, maybe the Morphling isn't gonna die for 10 minutes and 9Pandas just win super definitively again like they did in game number 2. Or it's gonna be a game number 1 again where it's super back and forth and Dragon Esports Club take it by means of the late game multi-hero Ravage.
This makes absolutely no sense.
Damage immediately throwing out the voice line. This makes absolutely no sense. I'm not sure if he means the draft and the fact that they're kind of counterpicked,
30
or whether
seconds.
he's just wondering like, hey, I was ready to go for that like 0-minute smoke rotation and there's nobody here. Because you can see everyone from 9Pandas splitting and making sure that they get some good vision, that they know where the enemies are to run up a high ground to try and go for the first blood.
The battle begins.
Other than that, well, looking like a quiet laning stage as far as the matchups go. DOTA2 win rate already immediately being super partial here as well because of the counter picks. We're gonna see just how well that works out or not. As, yeah, like I said, a quiet laning stage is exactly what a Morphling wants, and it's also gonna, you know, take away a lot of the damage potential that Mary Y has to actually initiate good team fights.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And it's gonna be a courier for courier trade. But other than that, well, I don't think Mucha is gonna enjoy this laning stage too much in a few minutes. Whereas it's the exact opposite for Yuta, who's currently not having fun in lane because, of course, Morphling needs a couple of levels in order to really kick off, and he doesn't have those yet. So right now, Yuta's still at a huge risk of dying. In 3 levels, though, he's gonna start enjoying his laning stage, whereas in 3 levels, Dragonite is gonna start taking quite a lot more harassment to the face. But hopefully it will be a short pause once again, because Ancient Apparition is disconnected, and sometimes those disconnects take a little while longer. But level 3, level 4 is when the real lane action is gonna kick off, and we're gonna see
This
whether
makes
9Pandas are gonna be able to
absolutely
keep the
no
laning stage
sense.
slowed down and kind of make sure their enemy can't really push in or so. But we'll see about that.
Interesting.
Other than that, well...
Whoa!
Always refreshing.
Bleep, bloop.
What is
I am
this?
a robot.
A game
Yeah,
of some
just kidding.
sort?
Where do you think you're going?
Greetings!
You're washed up. Where do you think you're going?
And hopefully it's gonna be short, as people are spamming voice lines. Like, after those 2 first games of this series, I can understand why everybody is like ultra impatient right now and just really wants to, you know, get into the fray of things instead. Greetings, says the puck, having some fun. Dual race, quite relaxed here. Solo not quite getting what? This is the second time where we're watching one lane try for the first blood, and it's once again Lace who's fighting Mary Y. This time around he's getting the first blood though, instead of getting first blooded here. But, it's always that offlane when we're not looking at it. This is some caster curse type stuff. Well, nice first blood though for Lace. So despite the Dragonite having gotten some XP and some extra assist gold from that initiation, well... Well, with that 1-1 score, this bottom lane, suddenly all of a sudden you can see them playing a lot more quietly. You can see Infernal just try to make sure that he outfarms the Morphling rather than depriving the Morphling of farm here. He wants to be that rich Tide Hunter with a good Blink Dagger timing to initiate some clean Ravage team fights, make sure he can get those multi-hero anchor smashes. You know, just going for the maximum impact. Which of course kind of depends on the initiation angle. Morphling. Oh, what a combo with the double silence, but he did manage to morph in between them. Yuta very well timed, because otherwise he would have died, but his courier will still die for that, as Muerta says, nope, no fun for you, Mr. Yuta. Your farm is still too important for us to ignore. Because like I said before, like, Morphling is already starting to kind of get past the scariest part of the laning stage here, where he can now morph through these attempted silence kills that Dragon Esports Club are going for Tidehunter though.
Just what I
Not
was
able
looking
to
for.
save his Muerta, and yeah, Infernal just not really able to do a lot, but oh, look at that tip exchange. Look at that tip going back and forth between the two. As, yeah, clearly these teams, I mean, they're passionate about this series. It shows since game number 1. And, well, of course we're in the playoffs, so that should be the case. But Infernal will now be ran down with another Battery Assault plus Waveform, as Clockwork plus Morphling are starting to stack up some serious burst damage. See, games like these are making me play more. Oh, over on top, wait. We got ourselves another brawl as Mary Y is about to die. Cannot quite get Lace once again, and Lace. He may have lost that, like, top lane brawl in the last game, but this game, he is not having a hard top lane at all. He's actually managed to kick off with a good little lead over on that Sand King, and getting at least a little bit of gold and experience up for himself. Other than that, Dark Willow making the stack bigger. That is gonna be a two-man Dream Coil initiation attempted. Morphling will be falling to one final Illusory Orb, as there is no TP available to help him out. And that's the thing, if you're playing for a Protect 1 draft like this from the side of 9Pandas and you're not protecting your 1, well, they may be in some trouble. Because it's only a 1000 gold lead, and I know Dragon Knight is supposed to farm way faster than the Morphling. But Dragon Knight may also do the same thing that the Alchemist did last game, where he joins fights just way earlier and way cleaner, in order to play some really mean, nasty, in-your-face Dota before the enemy carry can even join the team fight in the first place. Tidehunter, he wants those blubber stacks so bad, makes sure to get them. Infernal, 4 extra damage reduction on the Kraken Shell will be very helpful against the Morphling. So that's also what I mean about Tidehunter being a bit iffy. He's super balanced around having to get those stacks. So if he falls too far behind in his physical damage reduction, then Tidehunter just can't be as tanky as you want him to be. Aw, respect the high five, Infernal. What are you doing? Man, don't leave your enemy hanging.
You're in over your head.
See, Morphling gets it. He's trash talking him now, and well deserved. You're in over your head not respecting the high five. Can you imagine disrespecting the holiest of high fives? Shaking my damn head. Well, Infernal, he may be neglecting those high fives, but he is just kind of calmly farming up in his triangle right now, making sure that that Blink Dagger timing, which is what he's been playing around all game, let's be real here, is still gonna be there at a somewhat good timing. Morphling with the Ravage just instantly obliterated. Holy crap, Infernal just goes plop bloop, and that is gonna be more Kraken Shell stacks for him. Also, let me just compliment Infernal here, because one thing he is doing really well that I see a lot of players do wrong on that Tidehunter is he's making sure to max the Kraken Shell for like maximum gain on his Kraken Shell stack. Instead of the Anchor Smash, not really needing more damage from the Anchor Smash as long as the support being kept safe and can do that damage for him. Though Infernal almost goes down, having to run for his life, he will be quite alright after the fact. And Excess Vampire. Man, I love that Muerta skin. I love like the cape wielding, you know, like fluttery cape style of gunslinger. Maybe I've watched too many westerns as a kid. No, if you don't have a flattering cape or poncho, why do you even call yourself a gunslinger? And see, Sniper knows that. Like, the other hero in Dota who canonically uses a lot of firearms, he's very well aware of the fact that he needs, like, a fluttering cape. And I mean, Gyrocopter, that's different. He's flying, so a fluttering mustache gotta count, right? But if you use guns, you gotta have something to flutter in the wind. I think that should just be a rule. I mean, the military has berets, right? Like, those get awfully easily blown off your head if you're not wearing them right. Anyone who uses guns needs like some cool wind-based aesthetic. With the kills being equaled out, well, the gold ever so slightly favoring the Dragon Knight, of course, but the thing is, Morphling is farming well, so I don't think this is actually as big of an advantage as many DC fans would believe here. The other way around, though, Dragon Esports Club, they're patiently waiting for their moment to kind of kick this game into overdrive, and they're gonna try to do that now with a two-man smoke from the Puck and the Ancient Apparition, looking to set up a kill somewhere, because Ancient Apparition on a position 5 had some of the best level 6 timing that you can have. Like, this AA is roaming with a Puck, looking for an ultimate, while Sand King is grabbing those stacks, and it looks like not finding anyone in the enemy jungle or over on the mid lane. They are gonna try to focus down the Morphling, and Morphling already AA ult. You cannot heal, my friend, you're dead. Even Mucha comes in just to make sure he gets that XP, gets that impact, and look at the Ravage once again, making sure Infernal keeps getting that blubber up and running. Getting tankier and tankier as Yamage will be taken down by Dual Race. And that is gonna be a nice multi-hero stun. Erase now slowed up, another Anchor Smash to the face, taking damage after damage, and is still trying to run out of there, but a little bit of fire from Mucha is gonna kill him off here.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Almost 4k lead. 9Pandas losing farming space for their Morphling, but Morphling, as far as the gold net worth goes, is not looking super harsh just yet. Then again, everybody is slowly starting to overtake him, except for Laze. Laze is already like ahead of the Morphling, having a free lane for the Sand King for a chain, instead of just getting to suffer.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
DOTA able to get out of there. I think this Ancient Apparition is just such a good, you know, indicator of how hard this game is for the Morphling. Because I never thought that a 5 position would carry this hard, but Mary Y already having killed the Morphling once, he's currently having like the most impact across the board. Going 1, 2, and 3, but just, I don't know. He's always there, you know? Making sure to join team fights wherever he can, playing that really aggressive in-your-face Ancient Apparition, and still making sure that he gets enough wards down. Puck just kind of holding his own as Dual Race wants that level 12 before going for the next Dream Coil play, I think. Since the dream coils this game have been huge and like pretty freaking perfect from dual race. The Dragon Knight still scarily far ahead in terms of net worth. That will be Infernal going down 5 people on top of him, but most importantly Yuta making sure that he's the one getting his kill, because Morphling still not at critical momentum, but he is ever so slowly getting there. It feels like he's a mountain climber right now, where like every time he wants to make a step up, he first has to take a couple of seconds or minutes to, you know, make himself a safe spot in order to do so. And then move up just that little tiny bit. And make yourself the next safe spot, move up that little tiny bit. And I mean, it's the best way of coming back here. Because unlike last game, we don't see the Morphling like kind of getting caught off guard. We don't see the aggressive smoke gangs land on him. Just yet, at least. So, yeah, Yuta's getting there, but is he getting there fast enough? That remains to be seen once the Dragon Knight chooses to fight. And, well, with how well the Ancient Apparition as well as Yuta's Puck have been doing their jobs here, remains to be seen. I'm happy we get some Mary Y Ancient Apparition gameplay though. Because I think Mary Y is one of those really fun, unique kind of supports to watch. The same way that Erase is like one of those super fun to watch mid playmakers, right? And you see a lot more mid than supports making big plays these days. Speaking of supports, well, Excess Vampire is just freaking obliterated there with tons of magical damage and being surrounded.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Gonna be a chase up onto the Sand King. Sand King AA will silence up, and it's just a matter of time until he drops. Just the Sand King, I mean, yeah, Morphling, Tiny are both way bigger kills right now, but I mean, Lace, he did have an amazing lane. It's only now that the Morphling is slowly overtaking him. But it is gonna be yet another jump onto the Dark Widow. And while Morphling can deal lots and lots of damage to the Dragon Knight, one thing that he can't really do is fight him at this stage of the game. So if Dragon Knight just keeps making sure that he's like pushing, that he's like always in the face of the Morph, so Morph can't farm, I think they can definitely take the game from here quite easily. Then again, if the Dragon Knight dies even once, because they try to use the Dragon Knight to deny too much space for the Morphling, then all of a sudden the game is just kind of going to go downhill more and more. Well, we're gonna see another Ravage available. I wonder if Infernal wants to be using that now that he has the Vladimirs and is about to go for a pipe. He is delaying his Blink Dagger though, whereas Erase, guess what? He already has his Blink Dagger, plus the Echo Saber. Will use that to make that kill look easy, while Infernal now getting ran at himself. Will Ravage though to deny the Epicenter, saying, Lace, what are you gonna do here? But with Puck, what? Oh, he almost whiffed that initiation, dual race. I mean, he has a Haste Rune. Okay, that explains why he goes in so deep in the first place. And with the Dragon Knight BKB being activated, they will be able to salvage that fight. But I don't think dual race expected the burst damage to be this high, and once again, he did not expect to be caught here. Haste Rune is not enough to save Puck anymore, because Puck is a small little squishy fairy dragon nymph, and Tiny is a big, well, pretty much a planetoid in the making. Like, guys, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with like the Dota 2 deep lore, but you see, Tiny is lonely, right? And that's kind of why he's venturing out and fighting the War of the Ancients. It's because his life is kind of meaningless. He just exists with the sole purpose of getting bigger and growing. That's why, like, his friends call him Tiny. And his friends are all like the same things that Enchantress are, so basically Fae that just chill in the woods with him. But yeah, Tiny is destined to become the planet. Like, basically the planet that the War of the Ancient plays on, the Dota 2 map, if you will. It is quite literally, or like, well, I think it's the entire planet and not just the battlefield of the Ancients on the Dota map, but they have never really been clear about that with the whole multi-dimensional thing going on. Anyhow, Excess Vampire will get one-shot by this Tiny once again. And the point I'm making is Tiny is currently walking on the like previous Tiny, basically. He grows and grows and grows, and by the time that the planet basically explodes, like they did in the freaking Comet event, like hinted at, that's when Tiny will become the planet that Dota 2 plays on, basically. Like, he's the reason why the world always gets to repeat in universe, basically, just by regrowing. At Erase, he has done nothing but grow this game, so right now, he is trying to pretty much be a one-man army, take the tempo back in the favor of his team, and with an amplified damage rune, he is gonna be perfectly equipped to do so. Infernal, though, he does have a pipe, which is at least gonna mitigate some of that Tiny damage. Whereas Puck, well, looking for a really good Octarine Core timing here, together with that Witchblade for some extra poison damage. Huge damage potential there once he gets a good initiate. And, wait, Dragon Esports Club are gonna initiate without their Puck as I say that. I mean, they're planning to use the Ravage instantly, I think, otherwise they wouldn't leave the Puck at home. And Puck knows that at least 2 people are top, so now everybody got a good eye, or not. Okay. Oh, dual race is coming to the bottom lane. I'm not sure if the smoke's still gonna catch somebody. But they're using Mucha as the bait. I think Mucha's too scary to actually be like a good bait here for this 4-man smoke to not be a waste. Then again, they are happy with the tower damage that they can get in with a Dragonite plus a Catapult ready to just slam away. That's gonna be an initiation on the Tidehunter attempt. The Tidehunter rooted up, getting the first from the second shell. But, oh, he does get the Ravage out. Will it be enough for any kind of turnaround kill other than solo on the Clockwork? We're gonna see, but it looks like Mucha, he doesn't even want anything out of that Ravage other than the tower, and I think it may just be worth it too, because I do keep saying how important it is that Morphling doesn't farm. If the Morphling farms, yeah, he's gonna have a hard time against the Dragonite in a 1v1. He's gonna have a super hard time against the Tidehunter because Morphling is 80% physical damage. But Morphling also has a super easy time killing off both supports and the Puck. So if Morphling gets a good initiation where it's like 2-man waveform and then a shotgun in the face of the Muerta during her ultimate or something like that, he will instantly have gotten a really clean teamfight setup. Because this Muerta, well, no ultimate stacks just yet, which is kind of uncommon even for the support Muerta, because the one thing support Muertas do well is scale their ultimate damage up, just slowly but quite well. Tormentor goes the way of Excess Vampire, who's quite happy with that Aghanim Shard, as Roshan gone for, but in comes a huge Ancient Apparition ultimate, and with that huge Ancient Apparition ultimate, they need to be careful. Then again, actually, Morphling was just waiting for the AA ultimate to come in. Never mind, this was calculated. Good job from 9Pandas here, securing themselves free road by making sure that the AA ults a little bit early. And it's really tiny plays like that that make the difference, where one person more hit in the AA ult would have been a clean initiation here for Dragon Esports Club, even without the Ravage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
rotations around the map. Looking for the top tier one.
Top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
As Sand King able to jump himself away. Are we gonna see a full-blown team fight initiated within the next 3 minutes and 20 seconds? Because I think Utah, he knows full well that this Aegis is his best chance at turning around the gold net worth and the momentum in his favor once more. But in order to do that, he is gonna have to find a really clean initiation, which is not gonna be too easy. He's going for a Kanda just to maximize his nuke damage, because like I said, Morphling's ability to nuke down supports, to nuke down squishy backliners is just huge, but does need to make sure he can actually find those initiations, and without an Aegis it's super risky. Whereas with the Aegis, just jump into the enemy backlines. If the enemy kills you, well, then they've already wasted their resources anyways. Looks like 9Pandas still kind of biding their time though. I'm not sure they realize that they're like 7,000 behind right now when it's just one kill of difference. But they are making sure that they don't waste the Aegis for nothing, and that they try to get their Morphling on top of the backlines rather than Lupa. Or the backlines to the Morphling with the toss, but no, the toss is not on the Morphling. In fact, as Dream Coil kind of ruins the initiation there, but with the Ancient Apparition card, it can still be a clean fight. But as I say, that the Ravage comes out onto 4 people, and 3 of them immediately die. Morphling still has a second life, but after that combo, oof, it looked so good. It's like, we had that before in game number 2 as well, where one team fight looked so clean for Dragon Esports Club, and they ended up losing it. Maybe they can still, like, get this Morphling away at least, but I don't think so, because the Dragon Tail will connect. Morph once again waveforming. Turning into the Puck, actually. Uh-oh. Puck, you may have messed up there. Yeah, Morphling now gets away, and that is the biggest kill across the map. Just getting away with his life, staying space created, for the Tiny at least, who has been using that time to farm to make sure his burst damage gets up higher and higher. As the bottom jungle is being farmed and invaded and warded by the Puck. And on bottom lane, Puck will be targeted, because they don't want Puck to be like taking over Vision and helping their support, helping his support. Well, actually it was Excess Vampire warding, but the Puck kind of, you know, making sure that he can get away with warding, giving the Vision to do so. But still, having the Puck just rotate this aggressively, like the Tiny is doing this whole game basically, is another factor to even out the playing field, because it kind of keeps the Vision for either team in check. Whereas 9Pandas, their Morphling is getting there, but he is a little bit behind, and with the Morphling being this little bit behind, I'm still waiting for a team fight where he has the Aegis, gets into the backlines, and one-shots both supports. Because that's what Morphling really wants to do here, but it's incredibly hard. Tiny meanwhile about to go for a Kanda himself. Double Kanda gaming, so maybe the idea is, hey, Avalanche toss shotgun and it will be an instant kill with a double Kanda. And those 2 right clicks from the Tiny being given a chance to crit as well. Which, yeah, does work, but you can get disrupted so hard by those Ravages. As a matter of fact, this game is making me think we should be seeing a lot more Tidehunter spam. Like, Tidehunter should be up there with the Ancient Apparition, with the Centaur, with heroes like that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
Tier 2 will go down on the top lane.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
5k gold lead for the side of Dragon Esports Club. Going to 6 with the Dragon Knight farming, but he is farming in an awfully risky spot as Laze is camping around the corner, but Mucha making sure not to take too many risks there, even pinging his team like, hey guys, I think they're starting to contest me on the top lane. Here comes the Tidehunter with a Ravage. Great game sense and vision from both teams though, I gotta say. They're making sure they camp around their wards, they're making sure if they see nobody on the map, they go back. And while there was mistakes made in game number 1 and 2, this game number 3 is looking really clean from both sides so far. Morphling, finally the second in that Werf, and he will ever so slowly catch up to that Dragon Knight as well, by just having the more efficient money income. But Utah, uh-oh. Yeah, he's just dead from that. I did tell you guys, to be fair, the Morphling was super counterpicked. But the vision is just so freaking good for Dragon Esports Club, despite their enemies being the team that has the clockwork. Over on mid lane though, Excess Vampire will get himself obliterated for trying to give the Dragon Knight a good initiation to go tier 3. Mucha making short work of the creep wave.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
FK gold lead, and we get ourselves a replay of that Morphling kill. Utah, he did not see this one coming, and here he realized he was already dead. What do you do here? Like, even if there wasn't a Tidehunter, just what do you do here? This stun to interrupt the teleport just being the added injury on top of the insult, like, holy crap. And all it takes is one good backline initiation to yeet this entire game back around for the side of 9Pandas to give them at least a fighting chance of their kind of in-your-face aggressive double Kanda approach here. But double Kanda isn't that good anymore. They're building an item twice that has been nerfed this patch. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't mind having like double Kanda necessarily, but it's not working out. Like, it is a magical damage item, it is very tempo based. If you build it and the enemy already has like 40 base magic resist, you're not gonna get any work done. Utah, he wishes he had 40 base magic resist right now. If only he was an int hero, then this initiation would not burn him so much. But with the Tiny coming in trying to save Utah, a nice avalanche toss will make sure that he is just fine. Dragon Knight working on the tier 3 tower, but the push isn't well proceeding as I don't think the clockwork was with who they were gunning for there. If nothing else, Dragon Esports Club got themselves a Roshan opened up now.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Roshan not gonna be contested as I think Dragon Esports Club saw them. Yeah, the wards are now being pinged out. Puck with that Parasma and Dr. Reencore looking to go for an Aghanim Scepter finally, which I think is about time, and there is a perfect go on the Ancient Apparition, taking away that huge ability to counter the Morphling, as everyone on Dragon Esports Club starts gunning for the supports instead of the carry, knowing full well that Morphling is not the person they should be focused on here. Making sure to slow up the Dark Willow. Everyone is just chasing with that huge Ravage, and knowing there's a Ravage and they already got everything they came for here. 9Pandas will back themselves off, but now that means with the Ravage still available, this should be a free Roshan, because you cannot contest Roshan when Tidehunter has to press R and you cannot stand near the pit at all anymore.
Radiant are scanning.
As it is gonna be all roaming towards the top lane and now hoping that they can get this road for themselves. But in come 9Pandas, who have just about the same idea and are saying, you know what, we just need to catch one guy or two maybe before we get ravaged and we can win a really good team fight here. So they are shoving out the top lane. They are applying that pressure. Roshan is kind of low, but in comes the teleport through the twin gates. Clockwork immediately seen, still running for his life. But just look at him go. Solo eventually will be brought down. Immediately buybacks actually. Solo, he's saying, you know what, I can solo this team fight. I just need a good hookshot chance to get myself in. And he is gonna try for it as Dragon Knight does a lot of damage, but nobody is really dying thus far. But it will be Excess Vampire taken down, so Solo buyback not completely wasted, but will immediately use his own buyback. And now the Ace Apparition ultimate comes out to make sure that the Sand King is dead. And with the Sand King dead, Morphling starting to not really be able to hold his own here, despite that BKB and DOTA. You have all of the lifesteal in the world, but Dragon Knight is just too armored for you to really do him damage, as Yamich goes down behind the Morphling. And now 3 people are stuck in the same tree line, as there is still a Ravage should Titan to want to use it. And he will use it just for the Morphling, knowing full well, hey guys, if Yuta does that whole escape thing again, then he may very well still carry this game, but Puck will not allow that to happen, making it a triple kill. What a team fight, ladies and gentlemen. Dragon Esports Club, they're looking insanely good. I'm not sure if that was worth the Ravage, but getting the Morphling is the only way you can guarantee an easy Roche take and good pressure across the map here, so I think it was definitely worth the small price of a Titan to Ravage. And, well, 110 seconds of cooldown left on that, so maybe it's gonna give Morphling some of that gold he lost back. But compared to how much gold they got out of that, how much XP and just a big lead, things are looking good here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gonna be the mid tier 3 tower going down. Next change for a lot of tier 3 damage. It will be the Muerta Deltrift, but now Yamich goes down, and with the Yamich, Dark Willow once again taken out of the fight. They don't have the Dark Willow ultimate to disengage. Tiny goes down. Sand King will be the next target for the Dragon Knight. Triple kill once again for the Puck. Beyond godlike dual raise, as dual raises Puck is just looking too freaking strong here. And he's called dual raise, not dual illusory or dream coil, which would be just as fitting because, like, the only times he hits it on one hero is when it's on that Morphling to make sure that they kill the Morphling in time. And Tiny did such a good job. He was so farmed, getting the avalanches, getting the tosses. But I said it during the draft, revealing your carry as a first pick is always stupid. You should never do that. And I know that Dragon Esports Club did the same thing, but they did it to set up for a Tidehunter. They picked the Dragon Knight, and the Dragon Knight is still kind of struggling in the team fights to actually, well, not anymore. The Dragon Knight was kind of struggling in the team fights. Correction there, ladies and gentlemen, before he had, like, the Daedalus finish to actually have enough damage. Because while the Dragon Knight is too tanky for the Morphling, the other way around, Dragon Knight doesn't do a whole lot of damage against those high agility, high armor heroes, but it will be the middle lane of Rex taken down, and it's gonna be bot lane going down as well. Just a matter of seconds. I'm starting to think this is gonna be GG, and this will be 9Pandas unexpectedly going down to the lower bracket. Because honestly, I think as far as the gameplay, the mechanical skills go, 9Pandas are still the better team, but I think 9Pandas Drafter is falling for these curveballs too often. This is the second game in this series where Dragon Esports Club pick a massive curveball, and look at that Ravage. Like, even with a good initiation, the Ravage is just too much to handle from that Tidehunter, as now the Dragon Knight can still hold his own, can have the Puck help him with catch for the Morphling, and they already got the Megas. So really, Dragon Esports Club, all they need to do is kind of keep the Morphling somewhat shut down, and this will be an automatic victory once the beat can end. So as I say that, Mary Y will get freaking ended. Because Erase, he had a good game, and I think he's really mad that he played a super good game and is now losing this. So he wants revenge, even if it's just to prove the point, hey guys, I'm a good mid player, I know what I'm doing. He wants these kills. Even if it's the 1% chance of a comeback. Erase, look at him doing his all. He wants the Dragon Knight so badly. Dragon Knight, though, I think wants to get some revenge for this, because... ooh, nice toss into the fountain. Not enough. Maybe enough with the cock. Nope. Nope. They do put him once again back into the fountain, but Solo dies for that. And finally the Dragon Knight goes down for realsies. I'm surprised they're not calling it, but I guess now that you killed the Dragon Knight, you have some semblance of hope. But I personally think one more Ravage into teamfight is gonna settle this game. Then again, I also really understand why 9Pandas would not ever call GG here, because this... like, it's such a big chance, right? It's such a freaking big chance. If you win this series, you just need to win one more and you're in the grand finals. $23k gold lead though, and a huge ancient creep wave. Muerta now starting that carry tradition as Dragon Esports Club are saying, okay guys, we got the mega creeps, we can now play fun Dota, we can now go for greedy builds, just make sure this Morphling doesn't outscale us. Cause guess what, at some point or another the support Muerta will get a Skull Basher, and because you have that like Gunslinger, you're just gonna have a way high bash chance in the team fights and go bam 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 bam, stun docking the Morphling if we're going to the 60-minute mark still, cause it did take them ages to finish this game. Dragon Esports Club, they're once again making sure to respect their enemies. Staying grouped up, staying in that defensive formation. I don't think they want to wait 2 minutes for the next Roshan, but they may just. Nah, it looks like they're grouping up. They're saying, you know what, we don't respect the fountain toss anymore. Try fountain tossing all 5 of us at the same time. Well, 4 actually, because Tidehunter is still behind despite the Ravage being up, and like oh, there he is. Okay, never mind, they still have a mid-tier 1 tower, of course, so Tidehunter just comes teleporting in, saying, hey guys, I got the Ravage for the team fight. As clockwork goes down. It will be Erased, taking a lot of damage. Sand King able to get away, but at the cost of Erase, that super fat tiny. And guess what? Sand King not able to get away from long. For long, because from that Ancient Apparition ultimate with global range, there is no escape to the fountain. There's one more kill onto Erase. GG. I feel bad for the side of 9Pandas because, well, they pick Morphling, out comes the Ancient Apparition, and it's GG. It's that simple. And they still had a good chance here. The fact that the game lasted 43 minutes, despite a first pick Morphling instantly getting countered not by 1 but by 2 heroes, is just freaking insane. Like, I think that bit alone made for a huge game changer, made for a huge bit of synergy there. Cause, yeah, Morphling, he did damage. Yeah, he couldn't go through neither the Tidehunter nor the Dragon Knight very quickly, but he did have that damage output. He did make sure he didn't miss his farm timing, but still he couldn't do anything, despite the Tiny doing such a good job, and Erase just being an absolute chat, sitting there saying, hey guys, I'm ready to keep you all alive with my avalanche tosses. But if you keep somebody alive and that person is right-clicking like a wet paper towel, like, just... Wait, do I have... Yeah. Bam! Wet paper towel. Like, that's how it feels when the Morphling right-clicks somebody there. And it's not how you want to play on the Morphling. The Kanda was kind of helpful, so at least he could nuke supports. But by the time he was nuking those supports left and right, the cores just wouldn't go down. We're looking way too tanky. And, well, it has been an amazing back and forth, but it is only the second best of 3 of the day as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be here for quite a while longer. as we're already half an hour behind schedule. And next up, we got ourselves the, well, according to a lot of people, most hyped series of the day, because it is Navi Junior versus One Move coming up. And one more thing, mind you, 9Pandas are in the lower bracket now, so they are gonna still be in the tournament. They will still be playing in the European Pro League, but they will have to fight their way up and will be eliminated the next time they lose one. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, after an amazing third game to the series there, but the Morphling just not quite being able to do enough, we are gonna head to a short little break, because I think our admin will probably be getting impatient, like, hey guys, when can I start the next lobby? So, see you guys in a bit. Thank you all for watching. Hope you're enjoying the show thus far. ready to go for some good Navi action. There we are, ladies and gentlemen! Navi Junior versus One Move game number 1, as this is the most hyped series of the day, at least according to most of the fans, and I really hope it's gonna deliver, but judging from the draft, we are already in for an absolute show here. Cause it is gonna be a Night Stalker picked up as the first pick for One Move, which may seem a little bit strange, but look at what Navi Junior did. Navi Junior said, hey guys, we're the team that's super known for that Eastern European, in-your-face, aggressive playstyle. And, well, Navi Junior is pretty much gearing for it as best they can. They pick up a Phoenix Mars combo as well as the Gyrocopter. So they use those kind of uncontested first picks to secure their carry here, unless it's going to be a Gyrocopter support, which I would really like to see, because Gyrocopter against both a Night Stalker and a Bat Rider and a Pangolier. Like, yeah, you can get some good... Oh, okay, never mind, that works again. You can make Gyrocopter a carry now. Oh, this is some good drafting, though. I like it. I really like it, because One Move, they made sure to pick, like, Night Stalker for the vision denial and for the map control, of course. Then they pick up an Ogre Magi to enable whichever course they pick. And then they go like, oh crap, this Gyrocopter is gonna be super protected. It's gonna flag cannon us all while we are stuck in the Mars arena. What are we gonna do about that? Well, we are just gonna pick up some really good anti-Gyrocopter heroes. And they do have like a perfect draft to counter the Gyrocopter, but countering the Gyrocopter while leaving the Huskar pick entirely unchecked seems super risky. And Navi Junior, by picking up that Huskar, have just secured themselves a huge draft advantage, where they now got one lane that the enemy cannot fully counter. Because even if you have one counter to the Huskar, it's generally not enough, and I'm not sure how many good Huskar picks One Move even play here. Because one thing I have seen a lot in like scrims, because yeah, I'm just stalking some European teams, watching their scrims whenever players are dumb enough to add me to their friend list. Skur. That's why I'm not gonna tell you guys which teams, but you know, I have seen some interesting stuff. I've seen a lot of Huskars, I've seen a lot of anti-mages, I've seen a lot of, and speaking of Huskar counters, this is something that I have not seen in ticketed games, because it's super hit or miss in the scrims too, but Necrophos. And I think Navi Junior, they're expecting that Necrophos, and that's why they last pick a Lion, because now you can't get away with that Necrophos pick anymore, and disregard everything I said. He goes really hard in scrims, let me assure you. Like, yeah, it's hit or miss, just like this Gyrocopter, just like Navi Junior's entire playstyle. But man, oh man, do I think that like the Necro 1 position, if you have a Night Stalker and Pangolier, like you do need semi-carry heroes. You do need heroes that kind of provide additional carry prowess to the game. But once you have those, I think you got really good game setup for the Necrophos. And Navi Junior, they make sure they have a perfect answer. One Move. You can see them just caught off guard like a deer in the headlights here. But it's One Move we're talking about, so maybe... Ooh, not what I was expecting, but it works. I like it. I genuinely like it. I don't think Razor is the greatest carry in this patch. I think Razor is actually quite crappy. But everyone except for Niku just doesn't have an answer to him. It's that simple. Now, you do have to make sure of like one thing, and that is you gotta ensure that somehow, by some means, Huskar does not just, you know, stomp WoW in like 10 minutes or so. Because Huskar pops off super fast. You get the armlet, and then once you have the armlet, you go carry hunting, right? And that is the one risk that One Move do not have an answer for. That's why I said, like, oh, this Huskar pick changes the entire draft. Because, yeah, you can stun the Huskar, you can kind of lock down the Huskar, but you don't have a reliable disarm, you don't have a reliable anti-heal, you don't have a reliable break. So none of those typical Huskar answers, as far as having, you know, a break or... yeah, anti-healing on your safe lane so that when the Huskar comes over to gank your safe laner and get a free kill that way, he can just be answered. You don't have that. You need to build so many items in order to deal with this Huskar that it's gonna be quite a hard game. But guess who hears hard game and thinks, oh, well, I'm here to make it even harder. It's my little black kitten who's really sad that there's no more Luna picks, huh? No more Luna for you to represent you. But even without any, you know, Lunas making a comeback, I'm kind of happy we don't see Luna as often anymore. I think it's sad that Luna went from, you know, most picked hero to the patch to completely forgotten about. That seems a little bit crass to me, but I'd rather see her forgotten about than being spammed every single game, basically. So I kind of see where people are coming from. Meanwhile, Navi Junior, Well, like I said, they are super Huskar dependent. They do have supports that need to be well protected, so having enough in the front line, having enough to kind of clash your enemy against and make sure that they do not deal sufficient damage, well, that is gonna make a huge difference.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Well, 30 seconds for the go to come on out.
The battle begins.
And it's gonna be 3-for-1 runes.
You can run. You should run. You can run. You should run.
And that's gonna be Niku bursted down with a blood grenade. Nice clean first blood. And this time around we actually see it because there was 2 first blood attempts happening across the map. But the cameraman made sure to watch the right one. And here's the other first blood attempt being carried out still by Woe with all of the damage in the world, but not enough lockdown for this Mars. I mean, I think they could have gotten the Mars there, but they don't know if anyone is on the triangle high ground. And if you don't know who's on the triangle high ground or not, you can risk to lose the entire game just by peeking up the wrong high ground. So I can see why they went back there, why they don't want to risk it for the biscuit. Then again, I do think that, you know, risking it is sometimes really good, especially if you're playing a momentum-based carry like Razor. Because the moment that Razor pulls ahead in this lane, he is absolutely gonna dominate. And the Mars and the Lion know that, so they're gonna play very conservatively, make sure to use their stuns defensively, and never really have both of them on cooldown so that Razor can go for a potential dive or whatever. And we've got the Juice, it's kind of the same thing, except Nightlock, he did take that passage that the day starts with Night. So right now he's not struggling in the lane in the slightest. As a matter of fact, Triple S having quite a relaxed lane over on top so far. Gyrocopter will at some point threaten a lot of aggression, similar to how Razor can start threatening aggression the moment he gets like 1 kill advantage. And in that regard, I think this is gonna be a really fun game number 1, because we got 2 carries that are just racing, saying, hey, who can kill more than the enemy? Who can just play the more aggressive, the faster carry? Because it's not about who outscales, it's not about who, like, you know, builds better for the late game. No, it's all about which of these carries comes online earlier and harder, and it looks to be the Razor, as Woe finally takes that 1 kill that he wants with the level 2 damage drain already. And yeah, it's just a Lion, but it's more so about the Razor now having an advantage above the Mars as far as XP and gold goes. Because Mars can just make your life so freaking difficult, and you're not gonna have any fun. Navi Jr. though, they got the Juice Gyrocopter, so I'm just kind of waiting for this Gyro to kick off and start doing the same thing. Start being that hyper-aggressor, that attack force that can just run at people. And go for Twin Gate rotations as well, because of course that's why Gyrocopter sees so much play these days. He's still very much prone to falling off, but you can bring yourself online way faster than you could on the old Dota 2 map, because it's so much easier to just kill the enemy carry. Niku, how deep is he gonna be dived? Because yeah, Niku is currently just losing the lane slightly to Pangolier, but it's not gonna stay that way. As a matter of fact, Pangolier is gonna get absolutely destroyed by him at one point or another. So he's very happy about this XP advantage, trying to hold on to it, making Niku's life as difficult as possible. Niku with the Fairy Fire though, still alive, but he can't kite this Pangolier forever. Or maybe he can. That's gonna be some Fiery Spears starting to tick away at Difference and Difference. Yeah, he's realizing that, okay, both of them should just be dead here, right? Or is Difference gonna live with 1 HP? How much magic? Oh no, he's gonna live. He's gonna live and he gets tipped. Oh, I think both Huskar and I expected him to tick down because Pangalier's base magic resistance is like 22%, but he has so much just from the intelligence that he's gotten from level up and those iron branches. That's the whole 6% less damage from the burning spears. And that is pretty insane to think about, that just a few iron branches and like one level advantage mean he doesn't go down there, but that is why all the pros fill their inventory with iron branches, with stat items these days, to make sure they can take these close calls, to make sure they can fight like that. One move though, already really happy with the way this game is kicking off. Once the night ends, like that's when the game is kind of gonna be harder. It's so weird that Night Stalker's entire momentum is like the opposite now. It used to be, hey guys, we need to go extremely in your face gaming, we need to go extremely aggressively here, but looks like Woe is going down 2 days as Niku goes over on the mid lane, also just suffering death at Pangalier's hands once again. And now Niku is losing the one lane that he was not intended to lose. Like, yeah, against the Pangolier it can happen, but it's super unlikely that a Huskar loses his lane against the Pangolier. Though now the Pangolier has a Rolling Thunder, and that Rolling Thunder will translate into a perfect got the juice kill. And not only that, but he's pursuing the Phoenix. He will get the Phoenix and difference, making all the difference in this game. Gets himself a killing spree, walks out of there. Well, the only hero that Navi Jr. got for that entire engagement was just an Ogre Magi support. As not only that, but Razor will make sure to finish off Daze, having the Plasma Field ready just in time to get that Lion. We'll make sure to tip him as well. Good work. I thought that was you. I love Ogre. Oh, to be an Ogre Magi and just be that ignorant and stupid. I wish. But guess what? Got the juice. Now that it's daytime, like even for a few seconds, he's like, oh, I got a couple of seconds of daytime. That's enough to kill off the Night Stalker with 3 levels in the Rocket Barrage. And yes, it is. Rocket Barrage's damage is just insane. Niku, though, with a level 6 Pangolier now camping on top of him, needs to be very careful, but he does have a Lion frontlining for him, and both of them are taking a lot of tower shots. Niku, he lives! No way! No way! He played so greedy, so in your face. He lost the lane in exchange for it. But Pangolier will bring in a Bat Rider and will deliver Niku a perfect comeback in form of a tower dive. This is exactly what Huskar needed to give Navi Jr. back their chance at a good mid game here, at a good kind of end of the laning stage where everybody can go roaming and start applying pressure of their own. Lion gets caught by the Razor, but Razor immediately disengaged thanks to the Gyrocopter. Now Gyrocopter is trying to kill the enemy carry. Navi Jr., they don't just want to come back into this game, they want to dominate this game. They are the in-your-face aggressive team, of course. Well, both of these teams are kind of in-your-face and aggressive. But one move made sure to draft around a lot more synergy, whereas Navi Jr. drafted a lot more around the tempo, around the map pressure, and now they're finally starting to apply it. As ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves an actually good game on our hands now. Niku immediately getting gone on again with that Rolling Thunder, has a Phoenix behind him though, and that means Pangolier really shouldn't do this. I think he realizes now, but he realizes too late because there's already a homing missile flying after him as the Rolling Thunder comes to an end, and all of those rockets from the Rocket Barrage are starting to work away at Difference. Makes sure to get himself up the high ground. This is of course why Pangolier is seeing a lot more mid play than he used to these last couple of patches. Nicely played there, because now the Gyrocopter kind of went for a rotation that wasn't worthy of the carry's time, whereas Razor over on the top lane still very much enjoying some chill farm with Bat Rider there to protect him. Also, this Bat Rider bat is so cool. I love Snotty. Who else loves Snotty, guys? Snotty the sick bat. It has more lore than half of the actual Dota heroes, which is so funny to me. But I love that bat, and I'm gonna get it. I still haven't completed my, Crownfall. But at some point, I'll just spam bringing a whole day of Dota to make sure I can at least get Snotty. As Ridis goes down to Triple S. Triple S really enjoying this top lane now that he has an ultimate to make it nighttime again. They will try to go for the gyro cup, but that will be a huge mistake as Ryan still just takes down. Try to get away, but nope.
Are scanning.
Nope. Teleports and dies in the exact same server tick. 8-8 kills equaled out. Navi Jr. trying to be the more aggressive team. God, I love it. Both of these teams are trying to run at each other. Just making sure they get to be the bigger aggressor, making sure they get to be the bigger threat to their enemy. And Razor, he's just doing those farm ultimates, so it will just be the kind of slow jungle farming Razor approach here, where you maximize your GPM and then leave the jungle by the time you have an actual answer to the Huskar or an actual answer to the Rocket Barrage. Because right now, both of those, of course, are a huge problem. And speaking of huge problems, difference. Well, he has been making the difference while the mid laning state was going on. But now he is just going to go down. And not only that, he will give Lion one of those finger kills, which will help him grow more and more powerful into the late game here. Such a clean draft from Navi Jr. I like Navi Jr.'s draft better. But I am still waiting to see what one moves Razor brings to the table, right? So I can't tell you who's favored right here until we see whether the Razor's first big team fight is going to be a win or a loss. Since losing a single Razor is going to be extremely huge. Everyone just kind of biding their time, farming up, but look at what's coming towards the gyrocopter.
Here's my pension.
Dire are scanning.
Okay, Gold lead, another two-man smoke. See, it's just these two teams trying to run at each other so hard. But PMA, he knows what's coming. He's doing a little dance while three people are smoking into the triangle looking for him, saying, hey guys, where's that free kill? Well, your free kill is currently dancing in the jungle, just not acknowledging this gank at all. What a chat. PMA. Waiting for those arena drops to be possible here, but they don't have enough vision on their triangle for him to go for it. And now he walks into the silence instead. Oh, that's rough. He played it so clean, made so much space, but he didn't get a good arena drop because of the D ward and the lack of vision.
Is under attack.
They did have some vision in the triangle, but
Dire's bottom
not
tower
good
has
enough.
fallen.
Triple S very much enjoying the nighttime right now. Whereas Bad Rider, with the power of Snot, just making even more stacks in that triangle. Those stacks are huge, but do keep in mind just how easy of a time
Dire's
Gyrocopter
bottom
has
tower
stealing
is
those.
under attack.
It is after all his specialty.
Radiant are scanning.
Over on bottom lane. Mars looking for that blink dagger, but still over 1,000 gold away. As Razor making sure to keep chopping down those creeps with the power of lightning. Well, over on the mid lane, 3 people are grouped up. Huskar armlet toggling himself through, making sure that he kind of stays alive.
Dire are scanning.
Gyro. Now being targeted with a potential gank rotation. There's 4 people smoked just to make sure that DOTA2 doesn't keep farming this hard. Night Stalker will give away his location though, and I think DOTA2 won't push out here, so no chance for a gank there for one move as Navi Juniors stay grouping up. Night Stalker will jump in, will get the Lion. Lion with the silence, just ticking down in a matter of seconds. Niku getting the turnaround chance, so Night Stalker will just back himself up for now. But with one Blink Dagger already there, the initiation potential is near and is paired with that Pangolier and that might follow up. And that is gonna be the Pangolier going in first. Nice Phoenix act though to make sure Difference has to get out of there. Niku will make sure to ult him in the back as he's still armlet toggling and looking to just set people on fire. There's that little homing missile going for a run. And oop, there it goes. But maybe Pangolier has made enough difference as the Gyrocopter ultimate is gonna be completely off the mark, and that is gonna be all of that mana, all of those resources used for pretty much nothing. Though Navi Junior, they say, you know what? We only use the Phoenix ultimate as far as big spells go. We can smoke up and try for more. And with that huge stack, oh boy, Difference dies to the creeps, and now Huskar runs in and says, oh, thank you guys. You guys are getting some creeps low for us, so I don't mind if I do. Niku, well, at least they don't get all of the creeps, but they did get all of the big ones, while Ogre Magi gets fingered down. And Pangolier dying to the creep camp there was very deliberate, mind you. He would have walked away if it wasn't for people coming into the high ground. He very much was like, oh, thank Christ, I can deny myself. But it doesn't make it that much better when the enemy did steal half of your Ancient Lasted. Still a bit of a rough situation. Looks like we got ourselves a pause, and Huskar pauses so that Gyrocopter can disconnect. Good team play there. No, it's just unfair. Well, yes, that's why we're paused and waiting for the admin to call that Navi Junior is out of pause time, or hopefully just wait for the Gyrocopter to reconnect. Because most reconnects have been kind of short ones this patch, but look at the Mars. He is like 200 gold away from his Blink Dagger, and that Blink Dagger is gonna be a huge difference maker. Once again, thankfully a short pause that I'm always happy about seeing. Like, we had games paused while a player had to run to the... We had games paused while a player had to run to the freaking net cafe. Stuff happens. I'm happy that at least, you know, the Dota client is somewhat holding up. And Lion, well... he's starting to get some serious stacking power, so Razor going 2 and 2. I'm still waiting to see Woe do that big team fighting. Razor continuing to just farm up as much as he can though. Will have some stacks for himself that were made probably by support or such. Not me, meanwhile, running for his life as Lion. Trying to chase, but with that Firefly, Bad Rider should be able to get out of there. Still trying to turn, still trying to keep himself relevant. But there we go. Got the juice. We'll say thank you very much for attempting to turn there. That means I can get this kill. Or can he? No. Or yes. Okay. How did they give it to Got the Deuce there? Despite the Lion stun, but still really well played. Ascar. Continuing to stack up a ton of health regen here. Navi Jr. looking for a 4-man smoke rotation now.
Radiant's top tower
Not
is
quite
under
sure where, but with a nice 2-man Mars Arena, they will catch both the Pangolier and the Ogre Magi, as that will be a good initiation. Countered by an... Oof, never mind. Never mind, the Phoenix Egg does not go off, and now Razor comes in with that BKB. The Phoenix Egg does go off, I mean, but Razor comes in with a BKB and only gets the Lion. And see, that's kind of the awkward thing, because if the Phoenix would have died, Razor would have had a triple kill of his first BKB activation, which was exactly the timing he was looking for. Now Navi Jr., they will escape this fight, having gained not just a gold lead, but having gotten Razor to commit to a team fight, press his BKB and get 0 out of it. This is exactly the kind of edge that Navi Jr. need themselves. Ascar looking to get himself even more stacked. Dude is just living for that GPM right now, and I can kind of see why. Hurricane Pike done, Armlet done, looking for the Satanic now, which is basically gonna be a full second life in the team fight for Niku. It's gonna be homing missile onto Snotty once again. Rip Snotty, you were the best bet that's ever been, but against a flying machine with more guns strapped to it than like would be reasonable ever. You'll see Gyrocopter come in and bam.
To all betrayers.
With his little propeller front screw. Which, by the way, isn't like a propeller as in, you know, it's a propeller and not a freaking ram or whatever. It isn't just a propeller for ramming. Like, that drill design that Gyrocopter has, if you look at freaking Da Vinci's flying machines and such, people thought that air propulsion would work the same as water propulsion does, which partially it does, but with gas having way less resistance, you know, they are deemed inefficient, but in water you still got front screws looking like that, where it just looks like a drill. Though they're usually housed in like a turbine casing in the modern day. Anyhow, enough about me ranting off about ancient technology, as we're still waiting for Razor to get his good debut where he kind of starts killing people and solo carrying team fights, and they will try to force it once again over on the top lane from the side of one move who got a Night Stalker to chase people with, but everybody does manage to teleport out, as the last one was the Phoenix, and just as the Night Stalker blinks right where the Phoenix was, Phoenix is already gone. Extremely well played there. Ascar. As long as he has the Lion with that finger behind him, he has such an insane kill potential. But one move, knowing that, will go for a 5-man smoke, trying to turn this around on the side of Navi Jr. Navi Jr. meanwhile, between the Huskar, the Lion, and the Gyrocopter, so much damage, exactly the position they needed. Will make sure to focus down the Pangolier to deny the Rolling Thunder completely, because the Rolling Thunder would have been exactly what one move needed for the Grace to finally start doing his work. As Gyrocopter, though, gets caught by an unexpected lasso, Mars still manages to save him, and everybody is running at the Gyrocopter, but they're just giving their lives to God the Deuce, who will manage to teleport out of there, as it's only a Lion in exchange for half of one move, because they went and gunned for the big kill. And even if they would have lost all 3 of these people for just God the Deuce's Gyrocopter, it would have been so worth it. But now Navi Jr. are the ones on the chase, maybe looking for more kills, but they don't quite have enough catch up just yet, as they, yeah, just kind of got themselves a huge lead there, but more importantly are making Woe's life also woeful, because he's going 3-2-1 now, but even in that team fight where Razor did the most damage, they're really happy that they could save their carry. They're really happy that Razor survived. But the initiation tools just aren't there. The lasso was an amazing turnaround, but Mars a single spear and the lasso is turned around again. As now the Roshan with a gyrocopter committing for it as well as the Huskar is gonna fall so fast that I doubt that anyone on the side of one move even knows what's going on. Niku getting himself some excellent timing, and now Navi Jr. are gonna dictate the pace of the game for about 5 minutes. Whereas one move, all they need is one good team fight for this race, and they're completely back into this game, and then we got ourselves yet again an actual show with like the kills and everything being super close. But they first need that Razor initiation, and it looks like they may want to try for it again over at the bottom lane, but everybody's already teleporting out once again. And that's the thing, it looks like Navi Jr. are just leading their enemies on a wild goose chase across the entire map basically.
Precious bounty.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, a
Dire's
bit of good
bottom tower
push, if
is under
nothing
attack.
else. Being set up there by the Ogre Magite up Razor. Navi Jr. though, they're hungry for more
Dire's
and they're
structures
looking for
are
it.
Fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
Lots of pings of flying. Pangolier got a vision on the Lion ever so briefly, and now they are gonna try to kill off that Lion. Lion not able to get a stun out on the Night Stalker, as Night Stalker makes sure to walk away before the silence ends there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Scar getting to work on the tier 2 tower though, with a Dragonlance and a Gyrocopter to help him out. This tower not long for this world at this rate, especially considering Niku's insane damage and attack speed.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
So that's gonna be the first tier 2 already taken off the map. Meanwhile, bottom lane has been pressured quite a bit by the side of one move, who've made sure to take over their enemy's triangle completely this time around. But Navi Jr. looking for a 4-man smoke.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's gonna be 520. 520 for the road respawn. And, well, I don't know what Rhino was still doing here, because with the Roche having that long of a respawn cooldown, even if you placed wards,
Radiant's bottom
they're
tower
not gonna
is
be
under
worth
attack.
compared to being placed elsewhere on the map. Or maybe he was just there to make sure that Razor gets away. Maybe that's why the Ogre runs in. Because, yeah, keeping the Razor alive and making sure he gets that one good team fight is still the only objective on one move's mind right now. You could say it's one move, right? Badum. However, Navi Jr. are starting to put on a lot of pressure towards the bottom lane. Second tier 2 about to fall to Huskar, Niku.
Radiant's
Look at
bottom
all
tower
the
is
space he's making. This is what people mean when they pick a mid laner up to create space. Like, this is actual space. Towers down, a lot of free room for everyone to roam, and most importantly, no space for this Razor to farm, because Razor, he has a very low BKB duration already, and he knows it. So he's trying to rush that refresher orb, and then probably go into Agonimsis. For just the maximum tempo, you need to be able to turn this game around right now. The Razor Refresh Orb is gonna be a huge timing to do so, but the Huskar is already chopping up the high ground. And Night Stalker with the BKB, getting himself mauled. down, but then turning it around perfectly to get one nice kill. Get two nice kills with Not Me on the Bat Rider, doing a lot of solid work before Nightstock gets stuck in the arena with an angry Huskar who still has an Aegis. Once that egg is gone, and well, they will gladly oblige. But do you really want to fight this against Niku? Well, in comes the Mars, asking that very same question as Niku with the disarm, looking for more. Does kind of have to rely on his regen, will make sure that they deward. Not Me will kill off the Mars, who is of course very susceptible to all of that magical damage. So speaking of all of that magical damage, Not Me, can you deny yourself? Nope, you cannot. The ticks of the spears there are just too big once Huskar gets a whole handful of them flying. And that was beautifully played there, I gotta say. 1000 lead still for the side of one move, despite that being a 2-4-4 with 2 buybacks being involved. That's just insane. But as long as they can't answer the Huskar, I don't think, like, Got the Juice dying once or twice is gonna be truly game ruining here. With almost 10k lead, Navi Jr. biding their time and farming up. I mean, they do have better late game, but... well, have they got the juice as well? Because I don't think this Gyrocopter is too worried about having to get a rep here at any given time. You got a Huskar in addition to like help frontline and just a ton of Black Cannon damage. Like, being able to proc the Black Cannon after a good Mars Arena alone will be enough for Gyrocopter to carry this game until almost 1 hour. Gyrocopter slowly moving himself over towards the bot lane to try and push just a little bit there. Well, one move. Still haven't gotten that one fight that Razor absolutely dominates. Let's hope the refresher orb will be the thing to make all the difference here.
Radiant's bottom tower
As
is
it
under
is
attack.
going to get chopped out even more. With a catapult, Lion goes away from his Huskar for just a split second, gets gone on the nice magic resist being used to keep himself alive, at least get a finger out. It's now a beautiful arena, keeps stays alive just a little bit longer as he will eventually fall. Huskar is trying to arm the toggle, but with how much he set this Razor on fire, Razor should already be dead. It's just a matter of time with the BKB ending. And well, it's once again only the Lion dying in exchange for a borderline full team wipe. Nightstalk is still running for his life, but 31 minutes in, Navi Jr., they're absolutely dominating team fight after team fight, as you simply don't have the tools right now to answer all three.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Tier 2 taken down as Huskar. So much out carrying the Razor. Well, Razor actually didn't even get the second ultimate off there looking at the fight recap. He got double BKB, but he didn't get double ultimate because he was so busy staying alive. But that means 2 minutes no refresh for the Razor. And 2 minutes where Navi Jr. can do whatever they want. Luckily for them, the Roche respawn timer and the refresher cooldown for the Razor almost exactly add up. So there is a free Roche in here for Navi Jr. if they have good vision towards the pit. And there is a small chance that we may see a Roche contest for one final late game. As well, it looks like we are gonna be paused for a while. But actually not for a while this time around, just for a very short little time. As Roshan still taking over a minute to respawn, so Navi Jr. may just get impatient. They're 16 flipping 1,000 ahead, which is just insane. But Huskar wants to make that more by jumping out the top lane. Razor though, zoning him away completely as Phoenix looks to jump on the Ogre. But Huskar gets turned on, will get lassoed, manages to kind of hold his own. And Pangolier comes in to make sure that everybody gets out. Difference needs to be very careful there, but look at that little jump. Making sure to stay in magic resistance as long as possible just to mitigate the Huskar burn damage. As this time around the pause is gonna be one from the Night Stalker coming out here. And it looks like DS lagging, so... Ooh, we get a replay of that Lion once again being out of position, just perfectly countering the Pangolier roll, turning around with the finger and the Mars ultimate. Like, even if Daze dies here, this entire team fight was just him setting it up by making sure he presses E in time there and just being really, really heads up as Razor takes down under the tower. Pangolier gets ran at, Ogre gets ran at. Navi Jr., they are snowballing their gold more and more, but they do need those team initiations where they make sure to take one person off the map guaranteed. Roshan
Radiant are scanning.
looks to be up and available again. Navi Jr. know that he's almost certainly up with just 20 seconds for a guarantee. Road is getting torn down by 5 people now. Gonna be Pangolier as well as Ogre Magi getting chased down in the bottom Radiant jungle. Night Stalker knows that he has to get out of there, or else it could be him getting actually caught, because Pangolier was forced to use the ultimate to get out, but with a Rolling Thunder is gonna be able to escape, at least for the time being. Well, bottom is getting pushed in, mid is getting pushed in. Everyone from Navi Jr. still ready to group up once more if they really need to try and go for this high ground push. Though what they're really hoping for is to find a carry farming somewhere where it's not safe to farm right now. But no carry inside, just free farm for the gyrocopter. Has got the juice, he wants to start juicing that tower. And with 2 catapults and a Huskar coming in, even the Bloodlust isn't gonna be enough to help it hold out for much longer.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
As it is gonna be the melee Rex taking a lot of damage with an aggressive fortification just to keep the catapults alive. Huskar really wants these wrecked. And Niku, well, he does have a lot of damage, so he should succeed in getting them. It's a matter of time, unless they do manage to get a good jump on him. Nope, already too late. He got what he came for. The catapults will help work on the ranged Rex. But just like the final game of the last series, the push is very fast and very definitive with this Huskar front lining thanks to his Aegis. He will be getting thrown back as Razor goes for the refresh orb once again. Will be lit on fire for so much damage that even the BKB cannot save him. Has got the juice, starts right-clicking at him as well. And now the Night Stalker trying to run away, but he can only flee for so long. Has got the juice, will make sure to get him, and with the Lion Finger, easy kill on the difference. GG being called 37 minutes in. I would say it was a quite good game, but I do feel bad for the Razor, because, well, Razor just didn't do anything all game. And that's the nature of Razor. That's why people don't play the Razor that much anymore. Because the hero either solo carries team fights, right, where it's like Refresher or +2 clouds chilling on his head, and he just kills the people standing next to him one after the next with huge amounts of burst damage. But here it just never got to that, because every time Razor was gone on first, had to use this Refresher Orb just for a second BKB. And if you have to constantly use your BKB and Refresher Orb defensively, well, at that point, I don't know why you would bother, honestly. Like, how do you bring that Razor online from there, right? I'm not sure if WoW should have just delayed his BKB, but maybe then they would have lost even earlier. Because, yeah, you need an answer for the Huskar coming to your lane, and I expected that answer to be a Pike, or, you know, like either Razor gets a Hurricane Pike, or the Shroud, like Eternal Shroud, or you go for a Pipe on one of the heroes that sits behind the Razor. But I think that they didn't go for a Pipe is a huge mistake here, because that extra magic resist for the fingers, for the Phoenix X, for the percentage-based burn damage, I think it would have made the difference, allowing Razor to save his BKB to actually run at people and turn around. But yeah, Razor's not popular for a reason. It was a good try from one move, I gotta say. And at this rate, we are in for a really good third series of the day, actually. Second series of the day for me. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we will be here for a while longer at the European Pro League season number 21, as we will head to a little bit of a break before we got you game number 2 of Navi Junior up against one move coming right up. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Game number 2 of the third best of 3 of the day between Navi Jr. and One Move. This is supposed to be our most hyped series of the day. And I mean, I kind of see it, because game number 1 was already an amazing amount of fighting, an amazing amount of in-your-face Dota. But it wasn't really that hard teamfight initiation anymore, right? Like, Razor never got that good go. They didn't have a Tidehunter, they didn't have the Phoenix, which Navi Jr. ended up getting, and well, that kind of led to a disaster, I'll be real with you. So I think this draft is looking a lot more solid for One Move, because they have a setup for those big glitch ultimates. But which carry are they going to go with? I like that Navi Jr. ban out the Sven, because they have clearly done their homework. One Move is one of the few teams that even plays the Sven in the current patch, but in their hands it works amazingly well, having that high strength hero just deliver huge right click after huge right click time and time again. Looking at the team fight strat from One Move, I wonder how scared Navi Jr. are. Because the thing is, while Lich ultimates are terrifying, while One Move's draft is absolutely terrifying, Navi Jr., they first picked a good answer. Like, they saw the Magnus and they were like, okay, this is gonna be a team fight draft, we'll pick a Shadow Demon. And I think this Shadow Demon, he can do so much work, and we're gonna yell a lot about him in the team fights, where it's like, oh, and the Shadow Demon turns around. Because, of course, Shadow Demons, they do a kind of want to go for those turnarounds. They do kind of want to go for those really big setups. As One Move, well, they say, you know what? We don't have enough timing yet. We will pick a Tiny, and now I'm not sure who the 1 position is anymore. I mean, I think Puck has to go into the 2, and Magnus could be 1 with Tiny offlane, or vice versa. Like, Puck almost definitely has to go into the 2 spot, but you don't want to have a Puck 2 against the Primal Beast, so I'm really not sure how they want to lane this now. Like, I know the Tiny pick makes sense here, because you could put Tiny into the Primal Beast, make sure Tiny kind of wins this lane. It's still kind of iffy against the Trample, but at the very least, you know, you can get way more lasted than a Puck can against the Primal Beast. But that would sacrifice one of their side lanes, and I'm not sure if you're going to sacrifice one of your side lanes just to make sure you get a slightly better mid lane here. Whereas Navi Jr. are picking up a Mars to set up those huge arenas, to set up those giant spheres, even more anti-team fight. And yeah, difference is gonna be taking Puck to the mid, with Woe being a 1 position carry Tiny. Game number 3 or not, chat? What do you expect? Because I think with the status resistance build in 1 position Tiny, if he chooses the status resistance facet, could very well just carry this hard. Looking at the draft. So I do think I kind of favor Navi Jr., though Morphling still has a hard, like really hard game. And, well, you know, I would really love to see a game number 3 here, just off of some good 2-man bushwhack into Lich ultimate combos. Simple stuff like that for One Move, which enables them to make really fast kills, and then at like 25 minutes, their Tiny is online, has a Blink Dagger, has probably an Aghanim Scepter or an Echo Saber, maybe even both. And that's when Tiny can start jumping at people, can start doing huge damage. Because Tiny as a carry, he needs to come online super early, kind of the same problem we saw the Razor deal with in the last game, but Razor kind of managed by just keeping people at a bit of a distance. But I don't know, like, Razor never got that big team fight, and Tiny could suffer the same fate, right? Where he doesn't get a big team fight initiation, where he does not get a really good jump to kind of make sure the game is gonna keep going in his favor, because they just don't have the means to. They just don't have the damage and, well, the tools necessary in order to kind of keep the game going in their favor here. Though, we're gonna see. It's all dependent on the tiniest mid lane. It's all dependent on those support rotations. Because the thing is, roaming supports into the mid lane is gonna be kind of hard for Navi Jr. Not so much that Shadow Demon or Muerta are bad at helping the mid. On the contrary, they're amazing support that any mid laner will be super happy to have come in to help them out. Where it's like, oh, nice. Good luck, legend. Oh. Reiner immediately, like, bringing MMR into it. MMR is just a number, guys. I'm sure, like, why isn't that voice line being spammed in response? I'm sure if they would have had it on their quick voice, they would be like, MMR is just a number. Which, let's be real here, MMR is just a number. but it is the kind of number that can be very, very important if you know, want to get invited to a pro team or a good tournament.
30 seconds to battle.
Though, funnily enough, I was just talking with my production guy about like MMR inflation and stuff, and then they bring MMR into it.
Well, look at that.
Well, look at that. But honestly, the people who got like 8k MMR last patch and now just keep their old rank, I gotta say, like, they're pretty freaking impressive. Oh boy, chat has found my Twitter. Don't go there. Besides, it's called X now. But what I do in my private time has no association with EPL. It even says so on my Twitter description. Make sure you guys don't, think of me as too controversial here. But, well, looking at the actual game at hand, it looks like we will have ourselves quite a little bit of interesting back and forth gameplay going on here. Well, other than that, Magnus gets taken off the map. And see, this is why I did not like the idea of Magnus not being the carry here. Because just Shadow Demon himself enjoys this matchup a lot. Like, any good melee offlaner is gonna suffer so much against the Shadow Demon, which is why Shadow Demon is an absolute meta pick this game, right? Like, this entire patch basically, but definitely the moment you see, oh, the enemy has like a tanky melee offlaner. Because there is a few good offlaners that aren't countered by Shadow Demon just making them hit themselves, but it's few and far between this patch if you ask me, as it will be Reine getting killed off. Top tier 1 tower getting slowly pressured. The main goal, of course, is to keep Woe as behind as possible, because you already see the burst damage he does, and once Woe gets this burst combo up to a point where he can actually get some really good damage in, that's when things are gonna be kind of bad. Like, at some point Tiny is gonna be one-shotting people left and right. One kill already, kind of making sure that, the laning stage is being slowed down by Navi Jr. a lot, which of course is always what the Morphling draft wants to do, slow down the laning stage as much as possible, whereas the Tiny doing the exact opposite. He wants to speed up the game, he wants to make sure that his combo can one-shot burst people. But as you can see, Niku, he's having a pretty okay lane against the Puck. One thing is really good for the Puck though. Puck does have the ability to, harass him out of the lane, and usually you just go back to base, you don't mind, but the fact that Puck bullied the Primal Beast out of the lane before he has his boots is huge, because that pretty much takes 20 seconds of missed farm extra to get back into base and back into the lane, and Primal Beast, he realizes that we'll use the TP to make up for some lost time there, but it's still a great start for the Puck, all things considered, to at least be able to bully him out of the lane this easily.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Hoodwink getting zoned out. And Mars getting avalanche, getting speared. Daze. Ooh, yeah, there it is. Perfect onto 2, just to make sure they actually get that kill. And well, chat is just asking, where is one move damage? Well, I'm wondering the same thing, because with the Tiny having died once, his damage is gonna be behind in comparison to people's health pool, in comparison to people's magic resistance now. And yeah, that's only gonna get worse if Tiny doesn't get support rotation over on this top lane. So things are starting to fall apart awfully fast here. Then again, Navi Jr., they are regarded one of the strongest teams in the EPL. And as you can see, Puck is catching up to the Primal Beast in XP, not quite in last hit, but this is the second time Primal Beast has to go for that Walk of Shame to the base. Then again, it's not really a Walk of Shame when Primal Beast's entire idea is, hey guys, I'm so tanky that, you know, I am not phased by that. As Daze is just gonna ask, first time? Well, yes. Well, yes. I think this is the first time that we're seeing a carry Tiny in this tournament, at least in Season 21 of the EPL, because in Season 20 we saw a bunch of Tiny carries being picked up. As that is gonna be an attempt to go for Daze, at least one return kill, and they will get that one return kill onto the Muerta. Niku manages to kill off Difference.
You can't cheat that.
Got the deuce. Does he have the stun in time? Ooh, he does. Triple S, you're now in a lot of trouble, my friend. Because, yeah, Triple S could very well become a second carry if he's allowed to free farm, but with Got the Deuce being the center of attention from Navi Jr., they will instead give that huge kill to the Morphling.
Under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Fine. The next one in trouble is one move just continue falling apart. Because, well, guess what?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower
Tiny
is
isn't
under
farming
attack.
anymore. Magnus is being besieged under his tower now. As Niku, unafraid, just standing here, kind of saying, hey, my Morphling is free farming. What about your carry? And well, the Tiny sadly is not free farming as a matter of fact. And I'm a big fan of the Tiny carry, but even just losing the Tiny once loses you the game. And this is 2 games in a row where one move